Okay, you can get started. You're ready.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is officially 4 o'clock, and I would like to call to order the Planning Commission for February 27th. And I'll start by establishing a quorum.
Okay,
Could you call the roll?
thank you. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Bivens?
Here.
Mr. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Claiborne?
Present.
Mr. Missile?
Here.
Mr. Carazana?
Here.
And Ms. Firehawk is absent.
Great, thank you. I'll go on next to other matters not listed on the agenda from the public. If there are any matters from the public not listed, this is awkwardly worded. I always get tripped up by this. If there is any public comment on items not listed on the agenda, we would love to hear them now. You may come forward. Thank you. Oh, we do have a sign-up list. Great. So I have 7 people on the list. I'll do my best with names. Mr. McGinnis knows he's number 1. Welcome to the podium. And next will be Tom Olivier. You're on deck, Mr. Olivier. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob McGinnis. I'm here to provide comments on the draft goals and objectives for the rural area land use and transportation. PEC supports many of the goals and objectives. However, I offer the following comments regarding our strongest concerns. PEC is extremely concerned about Goal 4 that calls for planning for unique locations in the rural areas with established land use patterns, zoning, and existing development that are inconsistent with rural area goals. As indicated during the previous Planning Commission work session on the development areas, this is at a minimum allowing the camel's nose into the tent. This goal is engendering more sprawl by compounding the mistakes of prior zoning decisions. This goal should be eliminated or rewritten better to align with goals 1 through 3. Objective 4.2 calls for the evaluation of potential opportunities for non-residential land uses at Shadwell and Yancey Mill rural interstate interchanges. These evaluations should be done or completed through small area plans. That's been talked about in the past, and it certainly is a recommendation for small area plans for development area expansions. And agricultural and silviculture industries should be prioritized. Under no circumstance should sprawl be promoted for US 250 east and west of Yancey and east of the Shadwell interchange. And then lastly, PEC strongly supports the objective calling for the development of a rural area land use plan. However, we believe that the objective should be revised slightly to indicate that the plan must be fully funded and should commence within 1 year of adoption of the AC 44 comprehensive plan. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olivier, and then on deck is John Schumann.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Olivier from the Samuel Miller District, here to speak about rural areas in the comprehensive plan. I've lived on a farm in southern Albemarle County for over 40 years. My wife, Ren, and I raised thousands of lambs on our farm. Decades ago, I studied baboon genetics in Kenya, mainly on pastoral tribal lands and European-style ranches. And I lived for a couple of years in Western Australia, where I studied evolution and introduced rabbit populations, mainly on large sheep ranches. These experiences have left me with a strong appreciation of both the values and complexities of open spaces, or rural areas, as we call them here in Albemarle County. Our community has a reputation for a high quality of life, and our rural areas make that quality of life possible. Surveys from the 1990s onward show county residents, as we should, place high values on open spaces, and we expect the county to protect them. Our rural areas aren't, though, just pretty places. They are home to ecosystems that provide materials and services vital to our existence: clean air, clean water, and carbon sequestration. But ecosystems are under threat from many sources: invasive species, climate change, and of course, human population growth and economic development. County open spaces also are home to ever-changing businesses. Commodity production agriculture, once dominant, has declined, but new value-added agricultural productions have appeared. Think wineries and weddings. Looking ahead, as climate change worsens, persisting agricultural commodity production capacities in Albemarle County may become far more valuable. Our rural areas are vital. We cannot judge their value by comparing revenues generated by rural areas now to revenues of more developed uses. It's dangerous to think of rural areas as suburbs waiting to happen. We need a planning framework that integrates thinking about rural areas' elements and their interactions with rural areas protection. For this reason, I support a rural areas chapter in the new plan, and I believe a standalone rural areas plan as proposed would meet our planning needs even better. Thank you.
Thank you. John Schuman, and on deck is Tom Loach.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Scheinman. I live in the Samuel Miller District. I'd like to comment just briefly on the rural area land use transportation AC 44, and very much in support of what Rob spoke a little bit earlier about the work that PEC has done and continues to do. I also have concern about Goal 4 and its potential to allow for unintended consequences and expansion of growth and development in rural areas. It's concern to me. We live pretty close to a couple of existing commercial entities out in rural areas, and I would hate to see that those get used to leverage to then add on or create more commercial development in a very rural area. And so I'd very much like to ask that attention be paid to Goal 4 and not allow it to become, as Rob used, the camel's nose under the tent, and that leads to more and more and more. So I understand the need to grandfather some existing development that has probably occurred, but I would encourage it to be grandfathered and then corralled as opposed to grandfathered and then expanded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Loach, and then looks like Nehru Selani? I may not have even been close. As long as you know who you are, that's what matters. Thank you, sorry.
Good evening, my name is Tom Loach, I'm a resident of Crozet.
I need you to speak into
Sorry.
the microphone.
Move the mic down, thank you.
My name is Tom Loach, I'm a resident of Crozet. I see the county has found a new word to add to their planning lexicon, that being equity. However, there's a problem with this concept, mainly because the current land use system in Albemarle County is based wholly on a concept of inequality. I see now the county is talking about concepts such as designated villages and crossroad communities in the rural areas. If these concepts of equity are implemented, it will not only cause a tremendous development pressure in the rural areas, but it will also eliminate the current reality of there being a difference between growth areas and rural areas, and with it, the attached benefits to rural landowners. In 1975, Albemarle County made a decision to divide its land into two distinct categories, growth area and rural areas. At the same time, the county requested permission from the state to enroll in the land use valuation tax program and finalize the membership when it wrote an ordinance incorporated into law. In 1991, Robert Tucker, then county executive, published a paper on the issue of land use valuation value taxation. In this report, Mr. Tucker defines two important points. The first being the reason for the implementation of the land use tax program, and the second, who pays for the program. Regarding the reason for the land use tax program, Mr. Tucker stated the following. The current land use program for preserving rural land has been an objective for the county for almost 2 decades, and the benefits derived from the county are significant for the community at large. Although only eligible land use properties derive a monetary benefit from land use, it can be argued that all county residents receive intangible benefits via the proximity to rural land, open space, and woodlands. Regarding who pays for the program, Mr. Tucker wrote, the cost of land use is not a hidden fact, since it is implicit in the concept of land use that the tax burden is shifted to other taxpayers. Property that is ineligible for land use value taxation does bear a greater share of taxes because of having a land use. Land use will cost the taxpayers, mainly growth area residents, $14 million this year. It means the average homeowner will be paying about $680 for land use. One must wonder how long those who pay for this land use will tolerate paying so much money for a program that no longer serves its original purpose of rural preservation. So if equity between rural and growth areas is what you want, be careful or you just may get what you wish for. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora, thank you to my colleague for helping me understand that. I apologize.
Hi, I'm Nora Seilheimer. It is a tough name, so
Sorry,
thanks for
was
your
not
try.
even close.
My chicken scratch probably didn't help. I'm Nora Seilheimer. I live in southern Albemarle County, and I just wanted to thank you for your work on the draft goals and objectives for the rural area land use and transportation. As a resident of Albemarle County and someone who cares deeply about protecting our natural resources and our rural communities, I ask that as you move forward on the next phase of your work, that the goals and objectives that you advance do not open the door to development in our rural areas. Protection of water resources and retaining existing forest cover should be paramount. And I echo the concerns of that Rob McGinnis mentioned earlier, that the county should pause the process of identifying crossroads communities until the preparation of a rural area plan with sufficient community engagement. I also ask the goals associated with expansion of legacy zoning should be eliminated, and that you consider small area plans be created for Shadwell and Yancey Mills rural interstate interchanges to evaluate land uses at these interchanges and to protect rural area from sprawl along 250 at both of these interchanges. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy,
Gilgis.
yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Peggy Gilgis. I live in the Jack Jewett district, but I also own a really sweet little piece of property in Whitehall on the Mormons River. In reviewing the information prepared for today's meeting, I see contradictions that you all will need to address. If we're striving for resiliency for our community, then we need to double down on protecting our watersheds, agricultural lands and forests, and biodiversity. Stating the obvious, but what's often taken for granted, is that human beings depend on functioning ecosystems. Rural assets important for providing water, food, buffering against flood, drought, and extreme heat, and taking up carbon must be mapped and protected from disruption by development, impermeable surfaces, sources of pollution, and other forms of impairment. To accomplish this, it's important that an immediate goal of AC 44 should be the creation and adoption of a detailed rural area land use plan. Until we've mapped the important natural resources we're fortunate to have in the rural areas, we should not be encouraging or forecasting any parts of it for future development. Plotting crossroads, communities, rural interstate interchanges, and unique locations in AC 44 is really putting the cart before the horse. While I understand the thinking behind the creation of resiliency hubs, the most environmentally sound choice we could make is to use what we already have. I think that in cases of dire emergency, existing community centers, schools, and churches could serve rural residents as resiliency hubs, providing emergency shelter and communications. A significant reason a new emphasis on resiliency is needed in AC 44 is because we've already done serious damage to the sustainability of our ecosystems that we depend on. We need to plan to do more to protect them now so they can continue to support us, and let's emphasize this in AC 44. I appreciate your attention to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person I have on the list here, last name looks like Begley? Beasley. Ah, yes.
Thanks, my handwriting's not good, and I apologize for that. My name is Paula Beasley, and my husband and I have lived in Esmont in southern Albemarle over 30 years. We have been active in every comprehensive plan revision since 1996. We fully support the Piedmont Environmental Council's recommendations for the rural areas draft. However, we would emphasize several points. The primary goal has always been and should be for the rural areas to preserve and protect its agricultural, forestal, horticultural economy and its ecosystems, natural resources, biodiversity, historic, cultural, and architectural assets. I refer you to the PEC research of the vibrant benefits of the rural areas, the economic, green, and environmental ones. We oppose provisions in the draft such as rural crossroads, rural communities, crossroad communities, rural interchanges, permitting more commercial activities in legacy-zoned places, and particularly services for a resiliency hubs every 5 miles. That would completely fragment the rural areas, resulting in a loss of all the foregoing you are obliged to protect. We support resiliency hubs in existing facilities where places people currently congregate, shopping centers, libraries, community centers, and hence would not affect agricultural, silvicultural, horticultural, or natural ecosystems. The county must focus on affordable housing within its development areas to stem the tide of persons moving to the rural areas for economic reasons. We support rooftop solar, which, if effectively adopted, could supply 40 to 50% of our energy needs and save our rural areas. The possible negative environmental effects are considerably less. Develop that before you permit the rural area to be gobbled up by out-of-state solar marketing companies who do not care or have to live with the consequences. Please update our historic preservation plan and ordinance. These are important county aspects. What we have asked for and need in the rural area is broadband, or preferably fiber optic, because of our many storms, more frequent and inexpensive transportation to connect us to existing commercial areas. I appreciate and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any folks online?
Nobody has their hand raised.
Okay, great. So there was a little bit, it was interesting, that was very helpful. The request was for comments on items not listed on the agenda, but I think this is, and we would all probably acknowledge this is a critically important aspect of our work, not only tonight, but into the coming months as we look at rural areas. And I do want to mention also, sort of stating the obvious, that we're discussing 95% of the land area in Albemarle County, and we have now less than, 80 minutes to do so, 70 minutes to do so. So we have talked to staff about the potential for continuing this conversation beyond this evening, and we'll see how that plays out. Also, just want to thank the community for all their really thoughtful comments, not only tonight, but we've gotten, I've gotten, I'm sure we all have gotten dozens of other letters. And I think there's an overwhelming message that we're hearing, and that is preserve our natural beauty, our historic resources, and generally the rural character we all relish in Albemarle County. And so I don't want to ramble on much longer, but believe me, at least, and I think I'm speaking for everyone here, that we hear you. This is a really important aspect of our county and one that we are grateful to be able to help steward. So with that, I'll stop rambling and I'll turn it over to our capable staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Ben Holt. I'm with the Long Range Planning Team, and I'll be presenting on tonight's topic, draft goals and objectives for the rural area with a focus on land use and transportation. Staff would also like to note that we obviously will cover as much ground as we can within this allocated hour and a half, but we will readdress this topic with the goals, actions, and including the action steps in the upcoming phase 3. So just like everybody to keep that in mind, including the audience. So we'll provide an overview of where we are in this process with rural area land use and transportation. Staff is largely going to skip a repeat of the AC 44 project, which we included with our last work session, and we'll move right into the goals and objectives in the rural topic. And then at the very end of the presentation, we'll discuss next steps in AC 44. So the purpose of this work session is to receive commission feedback on the content for these draft goals and objectives of land use and transportation within the county's rural area, which, as noted, is approximately 95% of the land area. We're using the overarching questions of goal alignment with the existing framework, and also perhaps what's missing within each section to guide discussion. Staff has also included several specific questions where commission feedback and direction is especially needed. And after this work session, staff will summarize the commission's feedback and share it later with the board at their March 20 work session on these same topics. The finalized goals and objectives will be used to draft the action steps, as I mentioned, to be shared in phase 3, as these all work together. Moving on to the topic of the rural area, the input themes that we've collected from the public includes an emphasis on protecting the natural environment, protection of historic resources, which include African-American settlements and free towns, also transportation connection to services and expanded rural area transit, protection of rural road character, exploring adaptive reuse of existing buildings, and establishing resilience hubs within the rural area, including crossroads communities. Staff also held a couple of public meetings in the rural area, both at Batesville and Yancey Community Center. At Batesville, feedback from this discussion yielded similar themes to what I just mentioned, including support for small area plans before determining any land use decisions within crossroads communities, utilizing resilience hubs, environmental and historic resource protection, addressing areas with existing septic issues, improve transportation safety, and exploring transit expansion for the rural areas. The feedback from the Esmont community at Yancey Community Center was also similar to that of Batesville. Themes included community support networks and communication, bike and pedestrian safety, protection of farmland, forest, and natural habitat. Additionally, healthcare access and services was a major theme, as well as aging in place for this community in similar areas. Phase 1 input included services and healthcare access, broadband provision, maintaining rural growth management priorities, as well as limited housing and jobs. As with the previous session, we've organized the chapter goals into the topics of land use and transportation. Rural land use includes conservation and siting of solar facilities discussion, supporting agricultural and silviculture, crossroads communities and resilience strategies, as well as non-residential land uses for legacy zoning areas. Transportation goals include the unique transportation networks of the rural area and considerations for safety and maintaining quality of life. So as with the previous work session, we have all of the goals and objectives on several slides, so staff is happy to return to those slides during the discussion as needed. Back up a second. So notable goals and objectives include a recommendation for a rural area plan that addresses the varying localized needs, and that's an objective 1.3. We also have a recommendation for small area plans at the rural interstate interchanges, that's objective 4.2, and that will be fleshed out with the action steps. and also recommendations for investigating walking, biking, and transit opportunities within the rural area, with a special emphasis on crossroads communities and equitable access, and that's goal 3. So crossroads communities. These communities are already identified within the 2015 plan. However, little guidance is included for these areas. I'd like to note that the AC 44 draft definition of crossroads communities entails that the purpose of this designation is to determine essential services and needs to rural populations, this exploration of resilience hubs. And we would like to clarify that these crossroads communities are not development areas designated for economic development or expanded residential development. During the Commission's December 19th work session, feedback included support for the community resilience hubs concepts and a more equitable service provision for the rural area, while being clear about the scale and types of appropriate uses that may be provided. The Commission also supported engaging individual communities prior to any land use or zoning changes within Crossroads community, and providing clarity about potential benefits that could be paired with this designation. Input from the Commission and Board and the public from the recent rural area meetings, and we'll also include this work session in an upcoming board session, and those will be incorporated into the recommendations to be shared in Phase 3. So moving on to the topic of resilience hubs. These resilience hubs in communities could be adapted to different scales for each individual community. These hubs also could be publicly owned buildings and facilities, or potentially privately owned in certain areas. And there are also the potential for grant funding to make resilience upgrades. Important aspects of these hubs may include disaster response, provision of services such as medical and community resources such as gathering spaces, events and programming, local food access, and community gardens. Regarding our draft growth management policy, the definition entails continued emphasis on the distinction between the development areas and the rural areas. Growth will be concentrated within the development areas with well-defined boundaries to protect the rural character and natural environment while maintaining low-density, limited residential development. Small-scale businesses and limited infrastructure would serve existing communities. So at this point, we will now break to discuss the topic. Starting with the alignment of goals and objectives with the framework and what may be missing from the draft goals and objectives. Additionally, staff has documented email feedback from Commissioners Murray and Firehawk, and we have also received several emails, including community members who spoke just before this session began. For the questions we'd like specific guidance for, staff would like to know if the AC 44 team should focus on resilience hubs more so than the Crossroads Communities designation. If the PC would like to change direction in the Crossroads Communities discussion, now is the time to do so. And these areas, regardless of designation, could still have area planning and community engagement in the future. And also a remaining focus on adaptive reuse and recommendations within the historic resources chapter. For transportation, we would like to know what more efficient, effective, and equitable transit service would look like for the rural area. We would also like to know what sort of bike and pedestrian infrastructure would serve the unique needs of the rural area and how the plan recommendations should prioritize or implement these bike and pedestrian opportunities. And with that, I'll move back to the questions, and we can start on the discussions. And again, let me know if you'd like me to zoom in on any particular goals or objectives during the discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Holt. And I am going to go a little bit off script, but since it's a work session here, I missed one of the community members, and I'd like to just invite her up if you would like to come speak. I apologize for not doing that.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I'm sorry to be late, but thank you for hearing me. So my name is Christine Putnam, and I live in southern Albemarle County, and I'm also a member of the Albemarle County Natural Heritage Committee. I'm here to speak about this rural area chapter, and I appreciate the time and energy that goes into getting it right. There's a lot of language about protecting agricultural and forestry industries, and as there should be, because they are important. But I do want to just remind the commissioners that these land uses can and often do have negative impacts on biodiversity and water quality. And I'm actually surrounded by these industrial pine plantations where I live. They were once native hardwood forest, and I've witnessed the impacts from the industrial use of this land, from the application of aerial herbicides, heavy equipment, compacting and tearing the soils apart, trash that's left behind. And what you end up with is a monoculture of yellow pine forest, right, which in no way supports the biodiversity found in a native hardwood forest. And perhaps the same could be said of some agricultural crops as well. And in addition, I happen to live near the largest vineyard in Albemarle County right now. And I just drove by on my way here, and there's a lot of barren, exposed land there. And so what you see, the creek that runs off of it is just a boiling cauldron of red mud. So just a reminder that when we're talking about these important considerations like supporting forestal and agricultural uses, that we need to make sure that we have language in this plan that's going to set an expectation for the use of best management practices, and seeing that language in there. And also just would love to see more language about the biodiversity action plan, not just in one of the objectives related to utility scale solar, and also language referring to the stream health initiative so that we can make sure that we're protecting our water quality and our soils and all these other things, because we know that ecosystem services provided by the natural landscapes are essential to providing clean air, water, and combating climate change. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Is there anyone else that I missed? Great, thank you. Okay, we'll turn it back to the commission for the work session, appreciate that. And before we go to staff's questions, why don't we just do a quick round and see if there are any specific questions we have of staff based on the presentation or what we've read. So I'll start down at this end with Commissioner Moore.
I had just some questions reading through some of the language rather than the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Nice broad picture overview. One was in Objective 1.1, it starts with this language, reduce the rate of conversion of rural area land to residential uses. What is that rate?
What's the rate of conversions?
Or is it just kind of a vibe?
Well, I'll come alongside you. I mean, for me, that says that we do away with the by right ability for people to do family divisions. We do that immediately. So we eliminate family divisions. That'll go immediately to the whole issue of what of minimizing certain divisions that we're speaking here. So I mean, that's what when I read that. That was the note that I put down. Oh, so we're going to get rid of family divisions. Check.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think we had a number of us may have had that question. Love to hear from staff.
I'm Scott Clark. I'm the Conservation Program Manager in Community Development.
Tell me if I'm off track on the wrong question, but as far as conversion of lots in the rural areas to residential use, it's a little difficult to answer, but basically up until the recession of the mid-2000s, I don't really have an acre number, but as far as numbers of new lots approved, it was averaging around 275, 300, and the recession hit, and it's been roughly 150 a year ever since, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's, by the time you add that up over a few decades, it chips away a lot. I'm afraid I don't have an acreage number on that, but might be something we could pull out of the GIS.
About 150 homes per year in the rural area.
Right, and at some point, presumably, the effects of that recession will fade, and we'll go back to the 300 we were seeing before then. Speculation.
Before you leave, are those 1 acres or 2 acre lots? At a minimum?
I don't have an acreage number on those.
At a minimum,
There is-
what can we build in the rural? 1 acre or 2 acres?
I'm sorry, even with a hearing aid, I'm having a really hard time hearing what you're saying.
So you mentioned 150 houses were built. So
Residential lots, they weren't necessarily houses. That
So
was-
they were divisions?
Right.
Okay, and so just an average, just trying to figure out, we've got something like we've got a lot of acres in the rural area. Are we looking at 2 acres at a minimum if we put a house as a house lot? Or are we
2
looking
acres a minimum, yeah.
3 acres?
2 acres is the
Or minimum,
minimum
okay,
for the
that's what I
rural
was
areas
trying to
district. There's a lot of variety depending on terrain and all
But if
of
we
that.
just
And
look
then
at what the smallest that somebody
Yeah,
could do.
smallest is
just
2.
2 acres, okay.
As a suggestion, I was just going to say, as a suggestion, one of the things I came upon recently is there, as part of the Chesapeake Bay program, they did have a landscape analysis that was done specifically looking at land conversion. And so there is some really interesting GIS data out there about the conversion of land uses from one kind to another. So I would hope that at some point we can look at that data as a county and consider what those conversion rates are. And look beyond just, it looks much deeper than just like how much land was converted to residential use, but it also looks like how much forests were converted to pasture, or like how much pasture was converted to houses and so forth. So it's very detailed in the analysis, and I would encourage us to look at it.
Yeah, we did see that conversion analysis, and the main issue with those was it was done kind of at the scale of the watershed, so it was very coarse. I think we are going to be getting new land cover data for the county sometime in the next year or so, and so we're hoping to rerun that kind of analysis at a much finer resolution, because it was hard to tell when you're looking at 30 meter by 30 meter blocks, or in fact, I think they were doing much larger blocks than that.
Yeah.
That it was very, very coarse, and it was hard to get the detail that we could get. We've got land cover going back to 2009. If we can get it this year, then we can do that same analysis at a much finer level.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore, any other questions?
2 questions. Another kind of definitional one, where we talk in Goal 1 about protected scenic areas and scenic landscapes. I was wondering, what's a scenic area? How do we define that? And do we have is there like a layer on the map, on the GIS map that I missed about like where it's pretty?
We have designated scenic roads and entrance corridors, of course. What is valued and considered scenic is, to an extent defined by the public. What we keep hearing in our feedback are hillsides, mountain views, dark skies, farmlands, forests, those sort of landscapes.
Historic resources probably in there too, maybe?
Yeah, historic resources and historic districts is a
Yeah.
significant portion of the county is within some sort of historic district. Much of the rural areas, in fact.
51%.
And we have scenic rivers as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then the last one, looking over at Goal 4, looking at the intersections of I-64 at the Shadwell and Yancey Mills interchanges. Part of the interchange with Route 29 is sort of rural zone as well, even though it's right on the edge. I was wondering if there's a reason to exclude that from the other 2 consideration.
Are you asking about interchange just within the development area?
No, just the evaluating potential opportunities for non-residential land uses at the Shadwell and Yancey Mills.
Right.
And I was wondering if why don't we have the 29 intersection as well on that
So-
list?
Yeah, Mr. Moore, I think one of the things, that particular one, most of that is in the development area except for maybe the old Hickory Hill gas station. I think what we're trying to do is deal with some of the land uses that are legacy land uses with legacy zoning and trying to, deal with those in a way that we can let them develop in a way that we don't end up with some of the things that maybe in 250 West, where it was kind of like in Crozet, where that development happened, and some of those uses that came in there were forced into a condition where we weren't really going through a site plan to try and get the best possible good for control of the access to the road, and some of them don't have sewer and stuff like that. The interchange you're talking about, most of that's already in the development area.
Thanks. Those are my sort of definitional questions, Commissioner Missel.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bivens?
Thank you, Chair. So for me, some of the times when you're asking me questions on how to look at whether or not we should do investments in either rural area, then the question I want to know is like, how much money will we have? So how do I balance that between, give me a framework to balance that question with what you just asked us last week is, what are we going to do in the development area around transportation and multimodal? So if I had some sort of criteria in which to sort of help offer back a reflection, that would be helpful. Because I know we couldn't do them both. We don't have the means to do them both. And if we go to VDOT to help, then they're going to get scored. And my assumption would be that the part in the development part of our community will get scored higher because of the intensity of use and things like that. So more trying to have an appreciation of how to sort of intellectually sort of break apart the questions that you're asking us there. Okay. And then the other piece that I would ask is, and it's in the back here of what you sent us, if it would be much appreciated by me, and I think it might help update or refresh people's information, is to update the how much land we have that's being used in various ways and how much cover we have, because it's difficult for me to understand why the red button is being pushed on this when the image that's there shows that we're basically covered in green. And so I'm trying to reconcile some of the unfortunate language that's falling into my Albemarle email with the images that I see when I go to staff report. And so it would be helpful to have something that wasn't from 2016 updated to as close as you can get it, so that I have a sense of if this is a true reality or if this is just a fire drill. And just have the same thing about farms, because as I mentioned to Mr. Barnes, when I looked at the census data for farms, we are no longer a farming community unless negative income is the thing that makes you a farming community. And so being able to have as data that allows me to answer your questions is something that I would say is a question that I would like to put before staff.
Great, thank you. That's probably not a question to be answered right now, right? That's
I can't answer.
Yeah,
When you
understood.
asked me, what about transportation?
Yeah.
Then my sort of, my non-informed answer is nothing.
Yeah.
Because we're hearing all of this language from people that's saying, keep it the way it is.
Right.
Don't change anything.
Yeah.
And then we're saying, how do we do what incremental changes with what budget?
Got it.
How, it's that kind of trying to figure that out. So give me the parameters by which you want me to make decisions.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Murray?
Yes. So my first question is, so you've had my feedback and Karen's feedback for a while, and you've gotten a lot of comments from the public, and this draft has been here for a little while. So are there already pieces in here that you know that you probably want to revise, or are there things in here that you've heard some strong comments on that you're thinking of things that the staff is inclined to add, absent the opinions that we hear tonight?
Yeah, just to answer that, how we're approaching it with the process, we're taking the commission feedback We are flagging these draft versions if you were to actually look at the Word document. So we're noting what feedback was received from the commission. Much of the draft goals and objectives have already incorporated the feedback we've received from the community. And again, much of this will spill over into the action steps. I was just looking over yours and Mrs. Firehawk's email comments, and I recall seeing some of them and thinking that, specific points raised were items that would be addressed in the action steps.
Okay, and so my second question, we've heard the comment that we really need a rural area plan that really looks comprehensively at the land uses and designations of the rural area. And there, some of the most contentious parts of this right now are the crossroads communities and also these interstate interchanges. Is there a reason that we couldn't delay that until after that was done? Is that something staff is considering?
And are you asking until after the comprehensive plan is finished?
No, I mean, specifically, there's been discussion of, right now in our comprehensive plan, if you look at the rural area, it's all one color, it's all one designation. We treat it all the same, one color. I think there's clear language in this draft that suggests that maybe we should reevaluate. Maybe we should look at not treating the rural area all the same. It seems to me that these questions that we've had, these concerns about crossroads communities and interstate interchanges, that ties into that larger discussion. And I think that's part of what I was hearing from some of the comments that we had received. Has staff considered waiting till after that was done to look at those issues? Or at the same time as we look at reevaluating the one-size-fits-all approach to the rural area?
Can I help with that a little bit, maybe? I don't know if it's helping, but, because I had the same thought, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I think, that when you think about how many pages there are here, 24, 25 pages, there's so much packed into this, right? And it's really, talking about rural area lands, obviously, including transportation, historic, scenic, and cultural resources. And a separate section is crossroads communities and community resilience hubs. And there's another section that is rural interstate interchanges and transportation projects, right? And I think all of those are being seen through the lens of sort of, I guess, resilience and equity, which is a little different than what we've done in the past. It feels like, to me, one way to help understand this, maybe, and to help clarify a bit, is to begin with what I think maybe you're suggesting, which is let's look at the rural area piece and get that sort of some bones around that, and then think about how, with guidance in that section, we can inform things like crossroads communities, community resilience hubs, rural interstate interchanges, and so on. So it's sort of a take one step first, and then, as opposed to this, which feels a little bit like trying to eat an elephant, right? There's so much there.
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, I would say that, if you look at the growth area, one of the things we have defined in the growth area is we have greenways and green spaces, conservation areas defined in the growth area. One of the interesting things is looking at a past comprehensive plan, looking at Ivy. Ivy was a past growth area that's now been removed from the growth area. But when it was removed, one of the things that was removed was also its green spaces and its greenways. So as we talk about sort of legacy uses in the rural area, that's something to consider. So it seems that we don't have a map in this proposed comprehensive plan of our proposed greenways and green spaces. That seems to be something that needs to happen. If we're talking about conservation, high priority conservation areas, and Karen's mentioned this too, we should include a map of high priority conservation areas. If we're talking about agricultural lands and prime agricultural areas, I think we need to have a map of where those are. That should be a layer within our plan.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, I apologize, but we're really kind of focusing on questions now. What you're sharing is really helpful. I think we'll get to that point, and others will probably have things to share like that.
Yes.
But I wanted to come back to your question, which was, more about the structure of this, I think, like the big sort of structure. And I wondered if staff could maybe comment on that.
Sure, yeah, I'll offer a little bit of clarification, and I'll allow other staff members to jump in if they have anything else to add. To answer your question, yes, we would potentially have additional guidance on these areas with the actual study for a small area plan. So as you recall, we first broached the topics of rural interstate interchanges and crossroads communities in the discussion about the planning toolkits.
Yeah.
And at that time, both what was mentioned by staff and the direction we received from you all was in support of utilizing an area plan for 2 of those 4 interchanges that we discussed, Yancey and then Shadwell. And then the crossroads communities doing individual community plans and localized feedback prior to any land use and/or zoning changes. And I'd also like to add that the crossroads communities, and I think I touched on this in the presentation, but we already have crossroads communities. These we already have, I believe, 7 or 8 of them designated within the existing comprehensive plan. So what we're discussing is a lot of legacy land use. We're not promoting additional buildings or growth. Most of this discussion is about adaptive reuse, which is already occurring to a degree. And the subsequent topic of resilience hubs, that doesn't have to, the Venn diagram doesn't have to be completely contained within crossroads communities. Regardless of designation, that's something that we can explore. And again, that's a use that we are, that's intended for existing buildings, and primarily any existing public facilities in those communities. So, and then looking ahead, any sort of comprehensive rural land use study that could potentially yield some more grade variation or gradation between uses.
I think I'd add one last point, and that is, it's been a great process. We've heard a lot from the community and your comments written and hearing them now. I think as we move into this next step of phase 3, we come back with the action steps. It'll sort of help define some of that, and maybe at that point would be the opportune time to sort of be like, nope, this isn't the time to do this. Or maybe, and I think we're going to try and massage some of this stuff to try and be a little bit more clearer on some of the, in response to some things I think we were hearing. So I think my response to Mr. Murray is that is certainly something we could do. We could, push it off into a plan that would be done afterwards. But I think you might be some benefit of us having a little bit of conversation about it now in this process, in this go, that might help inform what we would do in the subsequent effort for the rural areas in all.
I mean, one of the things that occurred to me as I was hearing the residents in Batesville is that this topic of greenways, for example, that is very connected to the crossroad community of Batesville. They care about where their greenways are. So having one conversation absent that other conversation seems kind of piecemeal. And so I'll just leave it at that.
Got it. Thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Claiborne?
Thank you for the presentation. Just one question at the moment for staff, which is, could you talk a little bit about what the rural area roads, rural rustic roads program, sorry. I had jotted it down and lost it on my sheet. Rural rustic roads program, what is that?
So I'll allow our transportation planner to come up if she needs to add any additional details, but it's a VDOT program to evaluate roads in the rural area and determine whether they're appropriate for being paved or not. And my understanding is that you maintain the existing right-of-way, you don't expand the width of the roadway. These could be areas that are high traffic or there's issues with erosion and sediment, and paving could stabilize the area. And these are also, I believe, subject to community impact from people, from landowners abutting these roadways. And I'll allow you, Jessica, to add any more.
I don't have very much to add, Ben. That was a really good explanation. The only thing I do want to emphasize was Ben's last point, that The county already has an existing policy for the Rural Rustic Roads program that provides a lot of opportunity for the residents or the property owners on that roadway to voice their opinion about whether or not they want the paving to occur. And we also have the opportunity to add roadways to a no pave list if that's something that we want to do.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Please identify yourself.
Oh, sorry, Jessica Hirsch-Ballering, Principal Planner for Albemarle County Community Development.
Thank you, Jess.
Questions?
Not for staff.
Okay. Mr. Carazana?
Well, a lot of my points have been covered, so thank you. And so I'm not going to repeat, but so I do want to ask a question that you already answered. So I don't need another answer, but I think it'll be helpful for. So one of the questions that I have when I read this, and a lot of this I think also goes to a lot of the comments that we've received, both in writing and verbal this evening. And I want to get to the actions, the next action steps, because I think it all ties it together. So my question, when I was reading this in the Crossroad community in particular, and resilience, was why is the designation needed to create a community resiliency hub? And I think you answered that. It isn't.
Correct.
If I understood your answer earlier. So I do agree with my colleagues that we need more definition around the rural area plan before we can take this jump about crossroad communities. I appreciate that there is some already identified in our 2015 plan. However, we're redoing that 2015 plan, which means it opens up the question of the identification that we currently have of the crossroad communities. Are they still crossroad communities? Do we need to expand that? Do we not need to expand that? And I think that should come out of that conversation with the rural area plan development. The point about moving on to the action steps and carrying some of these goals, and this is some of the comments that you've already heard from me, Michael, we need to have some of these goals clearly defined, or at minimum, put some examples of what we're talking about, because some of them, and interestingly enough, and we heard quite a bit about it today, Goal 4 was the one that I brought up in our conversation. The wording of that is to me unclear, and it opens it up to a lot of interpretations. So I can see where some of our community members were concerned about that. I am too. However, I don't think it's the intent. I just think it's the wording.
Yes.
So we need to clarify the wording in several of these goals. I recommend we do that before taking the next step. I would not want to approve these goals to move on to the next step without some clarifications on them. So I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you. I'll just add a couple of things just from question format, and many have been answered as well. Let's start with what Commissioner Carazana just said, and that is about these I guess, boundaries or definitions of crossroads communities and rural interstate interchanges, et cetera. Have you all given any thought to actual physical boundaries for each of those areas? Either that exist and therefore being retained, or that might have areas that they could expand, which is, I think, a concern of many of us, that's sort of unbridled or at least unknown in terms of boundaries.
Sure, yeah. To address your question, I'm going to start with the rural interstate interchanges. When we looked at those with the planning toolkits discussion, we've had multiple meetings where we sat down and we discussed the area that those would be applied to. And at the Yancey interchange, it was a smaller area just east of the highway, because it was noted by the public and I think some of the commission members that there were some historic communities surrounding that area. So we didn't finalize a map. I think that would occur with the small area plan for each of those. And then real quickly to mention Shadwell, most of that was the area that is abutted by the roadways. So I think off the top of my head, it's north of 250 and then south of 64 in the
Got it.
Shadwell area. Staff certainly did know the concerns for sprawl in those two locations, so confining those areas would be a priority. But I mean, that, just gives you kind of a rough picture of the geographic scale of those locations. And then within the Crossroads communities, I think we don't currently have maps defining the area and the size of these Crossroads communities. I think it would depend on each individual one, and it would probably be confined to the area near the historic crossroads, like where the actual intersection is, and some of these legacy uses like country stores, post offices. So defining those boundaries, I think, would occur during those localized area plans for those
All
as
area
well.
plans. Yeah. Okay, great, thank you. Then I have just two more questions. This is an easy one, I think. The Rural Area and Environmental Stewardship Comprehensive Plan was referenced. What is that?
Say that again, rural area and environmental comprehensive plan?
Stewardship Comprehensive Plan. I think that was referenced in here. I wasn't sure what it was.
Oh. Which? Oh, sure, yeah. So could you rephrase the question about?
Yeah, I just was curious. Objective 1.2, thanks. Improve the effectiveness of the county's land conservation programs in implementing rural area and environmental stewardship comprehensive plan objectives.
Yeah, and it's just referencing that we have two different chapters with sort of connected influence, and that's the environmental stewardship chapter.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and the rural areas chapter, because both of those chapters will help define and direct areas of protection.
So that's not a document on its own. That's, I see, I got you.
Correct, it's just referring to the plan chapters, yeah. I can't think of any related outside document other than the Biodiversity Action Plan, which is intended for update in the coming years as well.
Got it. And then one last question. I know we've all talked about the fact that we've heard a lot of concern from the community that we're not any longer focusing on preservation and protection of the rural areas, that we've moved away from that. How would you respond to that question?
Yeah, I would say that absolutely we have not. This draft AC 44 project, we are reinforcing the existing growth management policy with a commitment to protecting the rural character of the rural areas, maintaining the existing boundaries for the development areas, and concentrating our growth, continuing to concentrate our growth within the development areas. What we're discussing are different areas of the county that don't completely conform to your typical RA uses and RA lots.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. Yes, sir.
Chair, could I, where will the biodiversity action plan sort of land in the comp plan? Will it be its own? Is it one of those, one of my questions is it going to be its own chapter, or is it going to be brought into something? I'm hoping it's going to be its own chapter.
Yeah, it'll be connected to probably a couple different chapters, but I'll let Mr. Clark speak to that question in detail.
So the entire biodiversity action plan is not an adopted component of the comp plan at the moment.
Scott, can you please introduce yourself?
Identify yourself, thanks.
Reintroduce myself. I'm Scott Clark. I'm the Conservation Program Manager in CDD. The biodiversity action plan was completed, I want to say roughly in 2017. The entire document was accepted by the board, but not adopted as a chapter of a plan. However, in 2019, the 2015 chapter on natural resources, it was called then, was updated sort of piecemeal, separately, to incorporate the main goals of the biodiversity action plan. So not the entire thing, not all 70 or whatever recommendations there are in the plan, but the bones of it, the structure of the landscape prioritization that went into that plan. So as for what would happen in the future, I don't know. I would assume at the very least we would adopt that equivalent level of detail. If we update the action plan, then that same level of detail would move into the comp plan. But we don't know yet.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Clark. All right, having gone through those questions, we've probably addressed a couple of these, but let's go through the two questions that are on the screen right now. Are the draft goals aligned with the AC 44 framework for an equitable and resilient community? Let's start with that one. I'll start with Commissioner Carazana. I gave you a lot of time to think that one.
Well, it was in our packet. It's very broad, and I think for me, in broad terms, yes, I think it's consistent. However, because of the language on some of these goals is where my hesitation comes in. I do think we need to go. I think the intent is there. There has to be more clarity in the language, and that's where I struggle, but I still say yes because I believe where the intent is. So,
thank you, Commissioner Claiborne.
It's similar to my colleague who just spoke. I think in general, yes, I'll go ahead and lump in both these questions. I'll kill two birds with one stone. Regarding resilience, I guess I was a little surprised not to see a little bit more detail around utilities. Maybe it's a broad term, but are rural areas more subject to power outages? If the answer is yes, is there anything we can do to start planning with that? Stronger internet with people working from home? If the answer is yes, what are we doing about that? Wildfires, I know Commissioner Murray has mentioned that several times in our deliberations from a climate perspective. And it still remains silent on those issues, but those are things I think about when I think of resiliency. I think, let me see, I'm trying to organize my thoughts a little better here. I'm curious about tourism and its impacts, and maybe that starts to speak to the equitable piece. I'm not sure yet, but you know, you have wineries, you have all these great features and attributes that draw attention, commerce, trade, and people to these areas. What are those impacts? Are we saying we just let them go back to development area to sleep, or is there a controlled approach to be able to do all of that stuff in the rural area? Or do they just go to Nelson County and do it, right? But just thinking a little bit more thoughtfully through that piece, and I'm not saying that you haven't had those discussions, it's just not reflected in the documents that you see here. So we know tourism is really big. We've won some major awards. Now what, right? We're looking 20 years into the future. So I'll stop there. I might add some more later, but I'll succeed the floor, so.
Great, yeah. Commissioner Murray?
Yeah, I would echo many of the comments there. I thought it was very well phrased that the intent is there, but the language needs some work. I think there are some individual items that I'll focus on later where I think equity is still an issue in this plan. I'm glad that you called out my previous suggestion about a fire risk layer, because I think that's an important piece here. And when I see the word resilient community, I also think sustainable community. And so I appreciate the comments that we heard tonight about, as we're promoting agriculture, make sure that we are focusing on sustainable agriculture and encouraging best management practices.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bivens?
I can give my colleague a bit of information. So the one part of the agribusiness that we've actually increased in is the agritourism. So we've gone, according to the data that I can put my hands on quickly, we've gone from about 1.1 million in 2017 to about 2.2 million in 2022, whereas the regular, more traditional farming has decreased over that time. And in fact, the net losses to traditional farms has gone from 8,000 a year to around 16,000 a year. And there's also been a decrease in the number of traditional farms that are in our community, that are in the county now. So you see this migration to what you spoke to a moving away from perhaps more traditional crop or cattle and moving towards more agribusiness, that's sort of that combination there. And so having a sense, Chair, about what does it mean to have a vibrant agriculture business, what does that look like going forward when the data doesn't look like it's sustainable? If you look at the time series on our data around farming, it has been decreasing. So the number of farms has decreased, the amount of income has become more negative or greater in their losses. And so that's a piece that I think we need to, we can talk about, our supervisors can decide what we really are, what we're evolving to. I would say, when we can give consideration to this, that we are, in fact, I think this is in broad terms, asking us to say, what do we believe the rural part of our community should be engaged in as far as the resources and the activities that take place there. Yes, we can drill down and say, let's look specifically at these types of uses there, which I think would be helpful, because I think there would be some recalibration, or there would be some calibration, since I shouldn't assume that other people have done it before. There'd be some calibration of people's expectation on what that actually does. Is it really just estates? Mm-hmm. Are there really absentee owners under the LLCs, or are these really generational farming that's taking place? I think that would be actually helpful for this group to be able to inform itself with just really what is taking place in the rural part of our community. As we know, we heard from an individual who talked about the White Pine farm that left a really bad footprint. I don't know if it was 6 months ago or maybe a year by now, we looked at that project in Scottsville, and many of us went out to that land to look at it, and it in fact was horrible. It looked like you were in Mars from just the runoff in the gullies and the things that had happened out in Scottsville. So how do we, in fact, have agriculture that both sits with and enhances the land that's here? So yeah, I would go with that. What I would say is missing is what I said before, what I asked my question before, is you're asking us, or will ask us, to sort of give you advice. Since the AC 44 is about future casting. And so when I start future casting, I want to know, give me my tools. So give me the tools that that allow me to answer questions for you. And so I still think, and some of my colleagues have said over time, that you still have us at this macro level. And that's okay. I mean, we can do macro analysis, but you have to give us the framework in which those macro analysis is going to be. So if you give me a priority of things, just to use something that Commissioner Murray said, I actually can appreciate why we would have greenways. Okay? I don't appreciate why we would have multimodal. I don't understand why we would have multimodal on rural roads. I do appreciate why we'd have greenways. Just simply from him telling us that people come here for tourism and they want to hike and they want to do certain kinds of things, which is sort of more rural in nature. And so we should be thinking about how we're allocating our funds to enhance the activities that sit naturally in the rural area and that don't distract from what's going on in the development area. I will ask what our chair said. Where are people going, Chair, when they go to the western part of the county to go have some wine? They go to Waynesboro to sleep. Go to that next exit over there and you'll see all those hotels, motels, and sleep sixes, and you'll see where people are spending their nights. And if we get somebody from the CBC here, from the Albemarle, from the Charlottesville Albemarle Tourist Bureau, they might tell you the same thing. And so I think you're asking the right questions, and I agree that perhaps focusing or narrowing down on what might be the appropriate crossroads communities to look at, if nothing else, as an exercise, so that the community becomes comfortable with the fact that we are not going to blow in a bunch of houses in these places. And so they get to form some trust in that dialogue, I think would be helpful. It would be helpful and would also stop some of the emails, the ugly emails that are showing up in my email box, so that there is a level of community trust that happens, I think, with the process and what they're seeing, that we're not, this is not the rape of the virgins that's taking place out in the rural part of the county. What I'd also sort of say, and I've said this before, I think it would be helpful for everyone to have the best data in these tables as possible. It's not helpful when we're hearing people get upset because they're seeing data that's just 6 and 7 and 8 years old. I would say, note it, say you're updating it, say you're doing something with it, but having old data is not easy from which to help you make decisions. So if I say what's missing from this draft goes, I would also suggest that there are appropriate uses of footnotes because you've thought about a bunch of stuff. And I think it's possible for you to drop a footnote places saying, in this particular case, this is what we might expect to do next. Because I think some of what the angst is they see some of this terminology and they don't know what that means. And so that pushes the anxiety up to a level that people then say, and I'll say it for the third time, send those really unfortunate emails calling us out that you didn't send them, so it wasn't you, because you're here. But there are other people who have sent really, really ugly emails that have pushed all the buttons about me not being nice, which I'm being nice right now. And so giving people additional information in these documents about some of your thinking, even if it's as an appendix, here are the things we've heard, here's the things that we're reflecting on, I think would help the process. I believe would help the process.
Can I just add a footnote to that? So, and I think this part of the comments that we made in the phone call is that just adding the such as, or this is an example, because the reason I believe people don't quite understand it is because the language leaves a lot to interpretation. And that's where we got to tighten up that language and then provide some of those footnotes or examples of such as, or, so anyway, just wanted to.
Yeah, and just as one comment back to you, we do have multimodal traffic in the rural areas. I am a multimodal traffic.
I realize that.
I think, but the question is, do we encourage new multimodal traffic?
Right.
Or do we protect that traffic that we already have and make it safer?
I'm fully appreciative of the scenic bicycle route. I think it's 76 that goes through there. I appreciate that. But I also have to sort of, if you're asking me to sort of how do we allocate dollars, then I'm going to do the things that everybody's telling us to do. All the messages that come, invest in the development area, leave the rural area as it is. Do not, why would we enhance services, Why would we enhance services when we have limited dollars available to us that we're trying to apply to the development area? So I get that. I get that. But I also think, and this is the thing that I've taken away from your comments, I think there really are outdoor activities that we're leaving off the table, that the county is leaving off the table, that we should be thinking about what are those activities to bring a different group of people here to enjoy the rural area.
Yeah. And if we're talking expense, I would argue it's a lot cheaper to protect a mile of existing greenway in the rural area that's being used.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
Than it is to build another mile in the growth area.
Yeah. Well, or to put a mobile, to go through the exercise of getting the easements off of people who, if one person says no, it's over. Because the county is not, I don't believe the county will do eminent domain. I don't believe the county will take.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Sure, thanks. So yeah, again, are they aligned, are these draft goals aligned with the overall framework? Again, I think like everyone and like all the sections we've seen so far, the answer is yes and. And I think there's a few comments I've got on this. One is, in particular, looking at goal 2 about having a strong agricultural and silvicultural economy. I think I looked at similar numbers as Commissioner Bivens in terms of what is the state of our agricultural economy right now. And it's declining in Albemarle County and in Virginia overall. The only size farms that are growing are the biggest, like more than 2,000 acres. And those are not the ones that we've got here. And so what would it actually take to have a strong agricultural and silvicultural economy? Because when I want to frame this and be really clear that agriculture, silviculture is fundamentally an economic activity. It is not fundamentally a preservation activity or it's pretty activity. It's economic. And so in a way, it's an economic development thing. To make that economic development work in the rural area, we need reliable broadband so that the farm stands and agritourism can swipe cards. We need reliable electricity. We need access to 3-phase electricity out there in places where they're trying to put in a dairy on site or a food processing place on site, because you can't do it with two-phase in a lot of cases if you grow past a certain point. We need cell coverage as well. Again, that's becoming a utility. We'll talk about that later today. But I just want to kind of, and what other kinds of supports actually might make a strong agricultural economy work? Access to co-op funding sources, access to training resources so that young people can get into farming and have it actually be a way that they can make a living. Because it's awfully hard for anybody actually trying to do that these days. And I don't know, so much of our energy seems to go into preserve, and delay. But if we want to actually have a thriving agricultural economy, there are things we need to do to make that possible. Another comment on this is just looking at the community resilience hubs and crossroads communities. And I guess mostly I think about the community resilience hubs and crossroads communities sort of together, but I realize that we're sort of disengaging those a bit over the course of the conversation. But when it comes to resilience hubs in particular, it's interesting when I see the crossroads communities comments in here in the staff engagement. We've got 4 pages of comments about things people would like clinics and small stores for healthy food and community gathering centers and places for childcare and public goods, things that people need to live their lives. And then there's a lot of self-selected comments that we've received that say they don't want a clinic or a community gathering space, in effect, that we need to not have these things. And I don't fully understand that. But when I see really the community resilience hubs and the crossroads communities, there's 2 things about it that really appeal to me. One is that when it comes to environmentalism, I'm much more of a crisis green than a let's go really slow green. The world is going to have macro effects on us, whether we want it or not. And so how, as people living in this place, can we be the most ready? And to me, that means that we have places where we can be safe and get emergency services and have things that we need to live. And so the community resilience hubs are just like a key way to do that in places that are further out. It almost seems like I'm surprised it's controversial. I'll just put it that way. And then the other is related, and this is just one of these human needs things, is that we have another crisis in the country of loneliness, right? Like even the Surgeon General has said that a huge percentage of people have no friends. They say they have no friends, or they have very few, and they're spending less and less time with friends. When we build community centers or community gathering spaces that are programmed and that actually have a chance for people to get together, we might actually be able to address that crisis as well and be ready for that one. And so those are the 2 things that kind of strike me from goal 3. And then the last one, I think this is missing, and I don't want to prattle on too terribly long, but one thing that's missing here is any discussion of the use value tax deferral program, which I think one of the commenters mentioned a little bit earlier, is that we do have this policy that's state policy, but somehow in Albemarle County gets used to where we have gigantic estates where they mow hay once a year, and that becomes a farm, and they get 90% or more off of their property taxes. And I think bush hogging is not farming, right? Cutting hay once a year is not farming. That's not a farm. But somehow we have this enormous subsidy going to the wealthiest landowners. And I'm really curious what we can't afford because of that. What county revenues are we leaving out there on the table because we are giving welfare to the landed gentry? And so I'd like to see something like that in here.
You'd like to see what, an analysis of that?
An analysis and whatever we can do to take action around it. I realize that interfaces with state law, so we can't just wave a wand.
Can't just wave a wand.
Right. Well, I think there are definitely some things that we can do that I asked to be done last year that wasn't done. One of the things I think would be very valuable, and the land use valuation is something I've looked at for many years. I think we need to treat it as an expense. So it's budget time, right? And I think it is a program that costs us, 14-some million dollars a year. It should be in the budget as a line item for that amount of what that projected cost is, because it is costing us money. And particularly as we look at programs like, conservation easements, and which that budget was zeroed out, we should look at which is a better return on investment, conservation easements or land use valuation, because one is forever and one is simply renting conservation. So.
Great, thank you. Just watching the time, we have about 5 minutes left. And I just want to rebound to those who may not have answered question number 2. What is missing from the draft goals and objectives? Any other comments on that specifically?
I think Commissioner Murray and Commissioner Claiborne hit several. I don't know if you guys wanted to, I'm not sure if that was captured or not under those comments, but I thought there was a number of issues that you brought to the table that were relevant, and I didn't see in the document either. So fire being one, but there were some.
Are you good? Did you capture the essence of those comments at the beginning?
I think we got most of what you all were saying, so.
You know,
I
Chair,
appreciate the context.
I've said this before, and I will say it again, is that we seem to be stuck at a period of time about stream health conditions.
I'm sorry, say again?
We seem to be stuck at this place on stream health initiatives.
Oh, stream, gotcha.
That's from another period. And I've asked this again, that could we look and see whether or not what we're doing, what those initiatives are initiatives that can be enhanced, or do they have impact on land? So that, for instance, we've got some land that sits on the border of rural and development where septic systems are failing, and when they fail, they flow straight down into the water system. And if we could get those areas on septic system, we could keep the water clean. And in some cases, I mentioned before, we could also keep something affordable. So to sort of take a look at some of these, what I will say, golden principles that we've had since the 70s and the early 80s, to make sure that they're still relevant, they're still being applied, or technology hasn't moved in a way that we can do something different with them. Because I think some of this is, it's very easy to say protect, sort of like, it's like the SPCA, protect the puppies. Well, what we really want to do is not have puppies. We want to get them spaded. And so on this one, protect the water, can we talk about is what we're doing now the right thing, right ways to protect our watershed? Or should we be looking at different ways now to protect our watershed? And what is the impact on our districts if we do it, or if it's possible and if we do it?
Great, thank you. Commissioner Carazana?
Well, listen, I'm going to piggyback on Commissioner Murray's point that I've heard you state here numerous times in the last couple of years. And you said it again today, and I think this goes to the rural area land use, and it's all green, right? And green, by I mean, it's the color, right? So I do agree with you 100% that we need to be more specific about the different types of land uses that we have, the different types of soils that we have. And so you've said it multiple times, but I've never really seen any kind of reaction to that. How are we incorporating it? We're not incorporating it in this document because it's not there. So it's not in the rural land use. So how are we identifying our prime agricultural lands? We have mountains. There's a lot of diversity within the rural area, but I've never actually seen anything that's beginning to take those comments, which is actually it's not just Commissioner Murray, because I think Commissioner Firehawk has also been on this for a number of years. We really need to get more data around the rural areas. They're not all the same.
That goes to the whole issue on page 11 where it says the land cover data is the source is 2013.
To your point.
This is my point about, I don't really care what it is. Right. Give me something that's relevant so that then I can go away and have a conversation.
Shouldn't be doing a plan for 2044.
Right. I'm not going to plan
data.
on 2013 data. That would be irresponsible. And I think a lot of emotion comes when people see this. They take it that this is all you have.
Yeah.
And so, of course, where it's changed over this time, it has to have changed since 2013. It has had to have changed.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I could, we have 1 minute left. I'm gonna try to summarize where I think we are here. And I know we have not gotten through many of the slides and probably some of the questions. But let me see if I can summarize this. Y'all can tell me I'm crazy and this doesn't make sense. I'm fine with that. But when I think about this, I'm thinking about sort of three sort of semicircles or ovals. One is organization structure with data feeding that, right? And that's what we've talked a lot about today. The structure, the content, the definition, needing new data, although we don't honestly know what data is available, and maybe we have the most recent, right? But learning more about that. So there's that piece. Then there's moving on to using that information, right? And moving on to the goals, the definitions, and then having some kind of a hierarchy or prioritization of those goals. And that's where I think we were talking about, the rural area is the large sort of catch-all subject we're talking about. Within that, I listed 9 off the top of my head: environmental, watershed, farming, diversity, physical development, transportation, solar, public services, private services, resilience hubs, crossroads, rural interstate interchanges. There's so much in this document. Did I say solar? Yes. And there's so much to talk through in this. And I commend you all for even getting this far, which is a huge amount of work. And so thank you on behalf of the commission and the county for that work. It's phenomenal. I would suggest we haven't gotten to a point where we're ready to take these goals and move on to action items. I think we need to spend a little more time together as a group in work session discussing, sort of based on the input we've provided with you or to you, discussing a little bit more and learning a little bit more from you as to what data is available, all of the things we just discussed. And I apologize that we didn't get through everything you wanted to get through, but I do think, again, 95% of our land is in the rural area, and we really owe it to the community to get this right. It is such a valuable resource. So I would suggest we work with staff for a continuation of this work session. Anybody?
I'm in support of that. I would just say that, as you know, I'm very eager to comment on the transportation slide that was shown earlier. So just know that if that's not going to be at a future work session, I want to comment on that now because I have a lot to say.
Understood. It will be in a future work session. We will make sure of that. So thank you, staff. I appreciate that. And with that, I will adjourn us.
Mr. Missel, real quick, I'm just going to provide a couple comments about next steps.
Thank you.
And then allow you to adjourn.
Sorry,
It'll only
thank
take
you.
a
Yes,
minute.
please do.
I'd like to point out that we have an upcoming board session, March 20th, where we're going to take these same goals and objectives. It's going to include the development areas, the rural areas, and community facilities for the board's work session, and we'll acquire their feedback as well. And we'll add that to the commission's feedback. Moving into spring, we're going to begin with phase 3. And again, that's the focus on action steps for each plan chapter. And we're also going to establish big moves or plan priorities for implementation within the first 5 years of plan adoption. So that touches on that issue of hierarchy that you just noted. And I'd also like to add that our action steps, we're going to incorporate metrics where applicable so that we can track implementation progress in the plan. So thank you.
Great. No, thank you. Appreciate it. So I would assume in the March 20th board work session, you'll mention that we didn't quite make it through our work session. That's great. Thank you for your patience with that.
In the case that this never comes back for another work session, I do want to mention specifically where it talks about rural rustic roads. I think that there's some problems with that. People need to understand that the pave-in-place nature of rural rustic roads actually makes things worse for pedestrians because there are no margins. When you explicitly as part of that, it's paving in place and there's no margins whatsoever with those roads. So as someone who just, in the past 2 weeks, I've run on 2 different roads that are on the paving list, White Mountain Road and Fox Mountain Road. And these are areas, some of them go through very large forest blocks. They're called out in the Albemarle County Biodiversity Action Plan that would be impacted and subject to development if these roads were paved. It's interesting to compare our current proposed transportation plan with what we had previously. And it's interesting to see Objective 7, it says, and the existing comprehensive plans is continue to provide safe and effective transportation options while preserving the character of the rural area. And it says explicitly, and the rural areas continue to focus on safety improvements rather than on paving and widening rural roads. There's another one, except for agricultural and forestal operations, continues to limit construction of new roads in the rural area. And this gets to some of the comments that I'd made back, that I think that we should go more in the direction of Loudoun County, which is explicitly trying to have programs to protect our rural gravel roads and acknowledge their historic use. We got one email comment already from someone who called out a number of roads that are currently being used by the running and cycling community that should be protected. So just in case we don't have another work session, I want that out there.
Thank you.
We'll take his dessert share.
And just to clarify, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
the
sir.
break we're about to take will be a recess rather than an adjournment.
Thank you. We will recess the Planning Commission until 6 p.m.
We're ready.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Planning Commission for February 27th, 2024 to order and ask if you would please establish a quorum.
Okay. Mr. Moore,
Present.
Mr. Bivens,
Here.
Mr. Murray,
Here.
Mr. Claiborne.
Present.
I couldn't hear. Can you?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Missile,
Present.
Mr. Carazana.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I would also now like to ask if there are any matters not on the agenda that the public would like to speak to. Seeing none, I'll move on to the consent agenda and ask if the commissioners would like to pull this item from the consent agenda for further review or make a motion to approve.
So moved for approval.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Okay. Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
and Mr. Carazana.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, and with that, I would like to introduce public hearing ZMA 2023-6 Woodbrook Apartments and ask for the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andy Rettelbach, and I'm a senior planner here with the Albemarle County Planning Division. Tonight, we're here for a public hearing regarding ZMA 2023-6 Woodbrook Apartments. So this is a rezoning request for 4 parcels of land located between Berkmar Drive and Woodburn Road, kind of at the terminus of Woodbrook Drive. I have highlighted the 4 parcels that are the subject of this rezoning request on the image in front of you. You can see the Rivanna Reservoir in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Woodburn Road is identified going north to south on the left side of these parcels. Agnahurt Elementary School is directly to the south of the subject property. The SPCA property is to the northeast of the subject property. And then just for additional context, I've identified Lowe's over in the lower right-hand corner of the aerial view. Looking at the zoning, all 4 of these parcels are currently zoned R6 residential, which permits 6 units per acre. By right, based on the size of this property at 7.202 acres, the property owner could develop 43 residential units by right, not including any sort of bonus factors that may be possible. The only overlay zoning district for this property is AIA, Airport Impact Area. Some of the surrounding zoning districts, you can see there is one parcel zoned R15 directly to the south. There are commercial properties zoned C1 to the east and northeast, and then directly across Woodburn Road to the west are properties zoned rural areas. And Woodburn Road is the designated boundary between the development areas to the east and the rural areas to the west. Continuing on with the comprehensive plan, as I mentioned, the rural areas is to the west of Woodburn Road. To the east, this is the Places 29 master plan. All 4 parcels are designated for urban density residential in that plan. Urban density residential recommends residential uses between 6 and 34 units per acre, along with small-scale secondary uses that support the neighborhood. Residential building height is recommended at a maximum of 4 stories or 45 feet. Some of the other surrounding comprehensive plan land use designations include institutional to the south, that is Agner-Hurt Elementary School, office R&D flex light industrial to the northeast, and urban mixed use around centers to the east. And the designated center is farther east on the other side of Berkmar Drive. So looking at the specific proposal for this property, as I mentioned, it's 4 parcels that are currently zoned R6 at 7.2 acres. The existing uses include several single-family detached houses along with accessory structures. And the applicant is looking to rezone the property to PRD, planned residential development with proffers. The applicant is looking for a maximum of 244 multifamily units, which comes out to a density of 33.9 units per acre, which is at the top of the range recommended for urban density residential. The maximum range, or the maximum recommendation in UDR is 34 units per acre. This slide just shows a screenshot of the applicant's proposed application plan. You can see 2 buildings on the west side of the property fronting on Woodburn Road. There's a 3rd property directly to the east, and then there are 2 further residential buildings more interior to the site on the east side. Most of the buildings are proposed to be a maximum of 3 to 4 stories. However, the building farthest to the east, closest to the Woodbrook Drive entrance, is proposed to be a maximum of 5 stories. As I mentioned, there are 244 units across 5 multifamily buildings. Buildings 1 and 2 are fronting on Woodburn Road. Buildings 3 through 5 are interior to the site. And I mentioned the height ranges 3 to 4 for 4 buildings, and then the 5th building farthest to the east is proposed to be 5 stories. There are 2 access points, one from Woodburn Road and one that utilizes an easement that the property owner has the right to access the cul-de-sac of Woodbrook Drive. Because this is a PRD, there is a minimum of 25% open space required throughout the site, and on the application plan, the applicant has identified that that is possible to meet that minimum requirement. There is a cemetery in the northeast corner of the property. About half of the cemetery is on the subject property, and about half of the cemetery is on the adjacent SPCA property. And the applicant has proposed to provide fencing around that cemetery and include access and a couple designated parking spots to allow any descendants of that cemetery to visit the cemetery. The applicant is proposing a pedestrian path, a continuous pedestrian path that would connect the Woodbrook Drive entrance to the Woodburn Road entrance. The applicant is proposing 15% affordable housing at 80% AMI, which is consistent with the current county policy. There are 2 special exceptions being requested. I wanted to mention those tonight, even though the Planning Commission is not required to vote on those. The first is to waive the step back requirement for all buildings in the development. A step back is required for any building above 3 stories or 40 feet. And since most of these buildings are proposed to be 4 or 5 stories, the applicant is looking to waive that step back requirement. And then the applicant has also requested a special exception to reduce the minimum rear setback on the property from 20 feet to 10 feet. There are 2 proffers proposed by the applicant. The first is a contribution of $10,000 to the county's capital improvement program for the construction of a crosswalk and pedestrian signal section of Berkmar Drive and Woodbrook Drive, which is slightly off-site of this property to the east a little ways. And then the applicant is also proposing to provide pavement marking on Woodburn Road from Agnerhurt Elementary School up, going north on Woodburn Road to the subject property's northern boundary, since there's currently not any pavement marking on that portion of Woodburn Road. This slide just shows an illustrative exhibit of the development showing a possible way for the development to be constructed based on the application plan that is being provided, showing the various residential buildings, some of the amenity and recreational areas. The applicant is looking at providing a pool and a clubhouse and fitness center as some of the recreational facilities for this development, as well as demonstrating the parking that will be provided. Looking at the school impacts of this development, based on the school numbers that ACPS provides and the yield ratios, it is expected that this development would generate approximately 43 students total across all three school levels. It would be about 20 students at Agnerhurt Elementary School, 8 students at Burley Middle School, and 15 units at Albemarle High School. Currently, Agnerhurt and Burley are under capacity. However, Albemarle High School is over capacity. But staff also recognizes that the High School Center 2 was recently approved by the Board of Supervisors. The rezoning for that was recently approved, and that project is moving forward with the site plan at this time. Looking at staff's overall review of this application, the positive aspects of this rezoning request include these four, this following list of 4. The request is consistent with the uses and density recommended by the Places 29 Master Plan. The request is consistent with the 12 applicable neighborhood model principles. The request provides affordable units at 15% of the total number of units constructed, consistent with current county policy. And the request has proffered improvements to Woodburn Road and a cash contribution to the capital improvement program. The concerns of this development are that, 1, the proposed development would result in additional student enrollment at the area schools, and especially at Albemarle High School, which is already over capacity. And the other concern is that one of the buildings, building number 5, the one most interior to the site, is proposed to be 5 stories, which is 1 story higher than the maximum recommended by the Places 29 Master Plan. However, staff does recognize that, as I mentioned, it is located to the rear of the property, interior to the site, and closest to existing commercial uses. Overall, staff does recommend approval of ZMA 2023-6 Woodbrook Apartments, and I am available for questions either now or after the public comment period. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? I'll start with Commissioner Moore.
Not for staff.
Commissioner Bivens?
I have a question for our council. So the proffer for the, at Woodbrook Drive and the signal is for 10 grand. And so 10 grand today on 2024 is not 10 grand in 2026. Do we ever think about how we deal with inflation, or whether or not a proffer can even have inflation adjustments suggested to it?
Commissioner Bivens, as you probably know, the proffers are voluntary submissions made by developers, so the county is limited to considering the proffer that the developer has offered rather than what anyone might consider to be the ideal proffer. If the commission thinks that the developer hasn't adequately addressed the impacts of its development, it has the ability simply to recommend denial of the project overall. But the county doesn't have the ability to go back in and sort of change the proffers because they are voluntarily offered by the developer.
However, a developer could say that I would have an inflation escalator in it.
Certainly, nothing would prohibit a developer from offering that as part of its proffer package.
Then could I ask the question, do we have any idea how much this is going to cost when it's done? What's being proffered for 10 grand? I see a smile from someone down there.
I'd ask Mr. McDermott to get up and answer that question.
Thank you, Kevin McDermott. I'm the Deputy Director of Planning. We did not we did not do an estimate on what it would cost to upgrade that intersection and provide the pedestrian crossings. Currently, I know that the landings are don't meet the current ADA. You'd have to put in ped heads. I don't have an exact cost estimate, but what I can tell you is 10,000 will not cover the full cost of upgrading for pedestrian crossings out there. This would just be a small portion of that. Does that help?
And if I could keep you there just for a second, so at the Woodburn Road side, there's an indicator that there's going to be from building envelope 1 over to the school, a path to get, I assume, if there are any young people, to get people over to the school or over on that sidewalk. I don't know if the 10,000 would help that, or is there an expectation that the county's going to pay for that when that path comes to the sidewalk and it has to get across, so that children don't get run over in what is a road right there?
I maybe rely on Andy Reitelbach, but my understanding is they're constructing that portion of the path. I think it was going to connect to something on the campus. Is that correct, Andy?
It would go up to the property line and the applicant offered to work with the school system to determine what the best final location of that pathway would be.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Bivens?
Not at the moment,
All right,
Chair.
Commissioner Murray?
Not this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Claiborne?
Sure, I have one question regarding the cemetery. Are there any kinds of standards available that provide guidance around protecting cemeteries that are in close proximity to construction? Like, I read 5 foot. It feels really close, but it might not even matter, but 5 feet is like you can reach out and touch something in construction, and this seemed odd to me, so I wanted to flag that. Is there any standards in place?
Not that I'm aware of. There may be standards from the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. That's something I would need to look into, though.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Carazana?
That was my question as well. So, my question is around the cemetery, and has there been any archaeology performed?
I'm not aware that any archaeological studies have been done in that location. The applicant may be able to provide more information as to what sorts of studies or archaeological digs may have been done in that area so far.
Chair, I did have one question.
Yes, sir.
This is for staff. So often we've done an AIA, and it's just that. That's all that's come before us. In fact, we did it for the property that's just below that, and then we did it for a property off of Crawford Road. Are we not required to do an AIA determination for this?
For this one, since it is a rezoning for a planned district, the AIA determination is kind of folded into the rezoning.
Thanks. Just one question. You mentioned a 25% open space requirement, and you said, I think that the applicant is convinced they can make that happen. Do you check that? How do you quantify open space on the plan?
The open space can be a variety of different types, so landscape buffers, amenity areas, the tot lots, recreational facilities, that sort of thing. And on the application plan, the applicant did provide a list of the proposed open space types and the percentage in acreage that they are at the property, within the property. And that on the application plan meets the requirements. And then that is also something that we would double check during site planning stage, is that they are in fact providing that minimum of 25%.
Got it. I see it now, 25.3%, plus or minus. Great, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, I will open the public hearing and ask for the applicant's report. You know the drill well. State your name, and also you have 10 minutes. When the light turns yellow, I think you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Valerie Long with the law firm of Williams Mullen, representing the applicant. Joining me tonight is my colleague Megan Nadasta, also several representatives of GW Real Estate Partners, the applicant. They're a local company. So Rob and Will Gordon, among others from GW, are here tonight, as well as Scott Collins with Collins Engineering, the civil engineer for the site. So we're happy to answer any questions. I'll run through these. A lot of them are issues that Andy has already covered, so I'm happy to go a little faster, or I'll maybe go a little faster, and then if you want me to come back to any of them at the end, I'm happy to do that. I imagine you all know this location fairly well. One thing that wasn't mentioned is that this was land that was formerly part of the Western Bypass right-of-way. So we think it's a great use to repurpose it for residential use. Obviously, it's multiple parcels right adjacent to an existing apartment complex near the school, the SPCA, and many other shopping and destination locations. This is just from the intersection at Brookmar looking up towards the site, and this is Woodbrook Drive. The entrance to the property would be approximately right there, and this is the existing apartment complex. It's a little bit further away from the intersection at Brookmar. Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction, pardon me. This is from where the main entrance would be. There's a shared access easement here. And this is the view from Woodbourne Road, just north of Agner-Hurt, so you can get a feel for what the conditions are like there. This is literally right on the edge, or is the edge of the development area. The left side of Woodbourne Road there, the west side, is the rural area. And this is the same, just looking in the opposite direction, looking south towards where the school is. And again, just showing some of the conditions that are there. There's a wooded buffer there on the west side of the road that does help establish a nice boundary with the rural areas. And again, looking at the same buffer from the opposite direction. This is the illustrative plan, which you saw already, with the amenity areas identified and the 5 buildings. Again, one building is 5 stories, and we're proposing improvements along Woodbourne Road, as well as a second entrance there, a future access easement for an interparcel connection, should that ever come to fruition. Many project benefits that we just want to call out. It obviously meets the comprehensive plan goals for efficient use of the land right at the height of the residential density. I never thought I'd be proud to say that, but given how things have changed, we're really happy it's right at the 34 units per acre, does provide and commit to affordable housing, satisfies the neighborhood model principles, improves and provides multimodal transportation, including this path through the entire site. And it's very close to so many locations, great for rental housing. Teachers at Agner-Hurt Elementary School would be right there, and satisfies many of the county's goals for climate action. This is the application plan as compared to the illustrative plan. This would be the binding plan showing the building envelopes, the travelways and parking envelopes, and the green areas are the amenity spaces and open space. I will point out this orange sidewalk here. There are sidewalks throughout the project, but this sidewalk in particular we want to call your attention to. That would go from one end of the site to the other and would be accessible by the public. That is a trail or a path that is shown on the Places 29 master plan as a goal to connect Woodbourne and Woodbrook. So we're happy to further that goal, and there's a little bit of a close-up to it. And then there are sidewalks on this cul-de-sac that it would connect to. Just a few enlargements of various segments of the application plan, so it's a little easier to see. This is the potential future interparcel connection. The main entrance here, full ingress and egress in both directions. I know there's a lot going on here. These are all the notes we have to put on to commit to certain things. This is, again, one of the recreational amenity spaces where we're proposing a tot lot. This is where we're showing a connection for pedestrians and bikes to the school site. As Andy mentioned, we'll work with the county school facilities team to identify the best location for that. But we wanted to at least demonstrate a commitment to make a pedestrian connection to the school property. Highlight the amenity areas. We have the dog park up in the top, and the pool and clubhouse there in the middle, and again, the tot lot near the school parcel. Just a close-up showing the dog park amenity area. We thought the great location right next to where the SPCA will be located, at least compatible. A little close-up of a conceptual rendering of the tot lot. And, excuse me, the clubhouse, pool, and fitness center with there's be other amenity areas in there as well, things like a fire pit, gathering spaces, outdoor amenity space. And then this is the pedestrian access that connects Woodbourne to Woodbrook. And there, as I noted, pedestrian paths and sidewalks throughout the project. Everywhere we could put a sidewalk, we put one. There's also bus stops within walking distance. So we think this is a particularly ideal location for someone who doesn't want to have a car, maybe has one but doesn't want to use it to get places, easy to get where you need to go on foot, on the bike, transit. It's, I believe, also within the microcat, or maybe it's not because it's so close to existing bus stops. But it's also very close, of course, to shopping destinations in the Rio Hill Shopping Center, other things along Berkmar. We're proposing improvements along Woodbourne. As shown here, a 6-foot street tree buffer, a sidewalk. We need to leave some space for utilities and then additional planting strip before the building. So hoping to improve the look of that side and again, create a firm edge with the rural area. It's just an overhead example of what that, let me go to the next slide, which shows a portion of that in more detail to show exactly the level and quality of the plantings that are proposed for that side of the property. I won't go through all this, but there's a number of elements in the county's climate action plan and that this project would further, including, improving bike ped infrastructure and increasing sidewalks, those sort of things, maximizing density in the development areas, among others. Other things here, these are fairly standard provisions in this applicant's projects, including others that it is building in the county now. And then just listing off again the project benefits, consistency with the comprehensive plan, enhancing multimodal transportation, the excellent location, sustainability elements, and the list at the bottom is all of the things that are commitments under this plan. The $10,000 for the pedestrian crossing at Berkmar. To address your question, Mr. Bivens, we are aware that's not the full amount of the sidewalk, but in conversations with staff and our traffic engineer, given the existing number of residences in the areas you all probably have seen, if you've gone down Berkmar lately, it has changed a lot just in the last few years. There have been a number of by right projects built there, which of course don't have to go through the proffer process. Many of which are already open and occupied, and there are more that have been approved but not yet built. So we work to identify what a proportionate amount would be towards that future improvement. And again, other commitments there of the project. I think that's our last slide. Oh, how about that? No, I have 1 more minute left. Regarding questions about the cemetery, I'm not aware of any other cemetery standards myself. There may be. The boundaries of the cemetery are very clearly delineated on a recorded plat. So we're able to know exactly where that is and we can mark it in the field. And then I think what the staff usually requires is tree protection fencing around any areas like that. So they could put the tree protection fencing 5 feet away from the boundaries. That's what we've done on other projects before and has been shown. I think if it was a more random area like, oh, somewhere over there is the old family cemetery, it would be appropriate to perhaps do further and perhaps do archaeological studies. But given that it's an old cemetery, and we actually had received contact from a descendant of someone, may have been the only person buried there. So we chatted with him about how we're going to maintain access to that. So I think,
Great.
I think that covers it. Obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant from the commission? Commissioner Garzai, start with you.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I do have a couple questions. Can you show us which are the buildings that you're requesting the step back amendment?
All of them. The step back requirement applies for any buildings after 3 stories. And so all the buildings, this building number 4 proposes a 3-4 split, so it may technically not be needed there. The 1, 2, and 3 are 4-story, and 5 is a 5-story. So we're asking for all of them. The ordinance unfortunately does not specify that the step back requirement was only intended to apply along roads. It applies to every building in a project, regardless of its location.
Right, and so 1 and 2 are intended to be 4 stories?
Correct.
Do you have a section of those buildings or an elevation? You had, I think when you were talking about the landscape, you had something there. I don't know if it.
Yeah, I don't have an elevation of it. I have this, trying to show an appropriately large, but not too large, span between the pavement and the building to make that a comfortable, inviting pedestrian environment with the street trees and the sidewalk. And the applicant would dedicate land as needed for those improvements as well.
But you don't have any again, sections or elevations that would talk about what you're asking us to evaluate today in terms of the step back?
I do not have any drawings other than I can use my cursor and obviously this is the 4th floor. The step back would require a 15-foot. So looking at this is, this distance from here to here is 15. So it's almost entirely what you see in the page. This would go away if the step back were required, which of course has a substantial impact on the layout of the apartment units and the number of units that can be provided in all of the buildings. So given that we wanted the building to be set back far enough that it would not create any concerns or canyon effect along that road, but also supplement it with the elements shown here.
Yeah, and so staying on this, is this also an area where you're asking to reduce the setback from?
No, the setback request applies to this area over here, where it abuts. This is commercial property here. So this is the side or rear, I can't remember which it is, that currently is a 20-foot setback, but we're asking to reduce it to 10, which would be consistent with all the others and allow for the 10-foot buffer.
And my last question.
Sure.
That purple line, it's a 50-foot buffer. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, I'm glad you asked, I forgot to mention it. When the SPCA property was, I can't remember if it was a rezoning, I think it was a special use permit, maybe sometime in the last 5 or 10 years approximately, because this property was zoned R6, the board, when it approved the special use permit for the SPCA, they required this 50-foot buffer to be in place so that dog walking and any kennels or anything like that might be located anywhere near there would have a buffer, a vegetated buffer from any future residential residents. So we showed that just for context.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Klaber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Long. I'm glad you stayed on this slide here and just kind of to continue with the line of questioning that Commissioner Carazana raised here. I'm grappling with visualizing the massing and scale as it compares to the adjacent buildings. And I know you have some topography here. I think building 5 is kind of on the lower end. Does it rise? I couldn't remember exactly how the topography was, but
I'd have to
building
check.
5 was 5 stories. How does that relate to anything around it? It's hard to ask me to weigh in on this without
Sure.
those visuals.
It's surrounded by commercial property or similar property. So this is building 5 that would be 5 stories, or is proposed for 5. These are existing residential apartments that were approved for that location. This is a commercial building, commercial condo. This is all commercial. This is all commercial. And this is, again, the SPCA property.
Are they similar heights, though? That's where
No.
I'm going with massing and scale. Or
No, they're definitely not similar heights. They're probably at most 2-story buildings. I think the apartments may be 3 based on, let me go back to
Those
our.
are, the apartments there called Perch are 4 stories.
Okay, thank you. I had some images at them.
Greenwich.
There, thank you, Mr. Moore. Yeah, so similar, and also the adjacent commercial buildings were obviously built 20-plus years ago. Probably could be more efficient use of the land with 4-story buildings there as well.
Yeah, just curious, does it look like it's towering over other buildings or like?
I personally don't think it will. Adjacent, let me go back, sorry, I keep going back and forth here. There we go. There is quite a distance between the buildings and here. There's obviously parking in between. There'll be a 10-foot on-site landscaping buffer. You can see there the proposed landscape plan. Obviously, it's illustrative, but it's intended to demonstrate. Obviously, the applicants want to ensure that the building, it does not stare right at the back of a commercial building either, or parking lots and things like that. There's obviously, double row of parking here. They also have a fairly large step setback. This is probably the 20-foot here, and then likewise, and then surrounded by at least for 50 feet, this wooded buffer. So we thought that that was an appropriate location for a 5-story building. We really were trying to achieve as many units on site as practically possible, with also having sufficient parking and amenities and landscape areas and buffers. And so to do that, we really needed a 5-story building, and we thought that was the best location. Originally, we actually had a concept plan that had all 5-story buildings. Would have been more higher than the comprehensive plans designation, which we were going to ask for your thoughts on. But ultimately, the challenges of even having more density with having to provide enough parking spaces, enough amenities to support, this was the balance that worked. And so really needed a 5-story building to get the additional units and make it work. So we thought that was the right location as compared to it over here, right on the edge of the development area. So these would be 4-story buildings, as would this one.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't have a problem with density at all. It's just I'll offer some constructive criticism and
sure,
all due respect. If you're asking for special exceptions around height and massing, like visuals would be very helpful to show how it relates to things around, especially if it's not by right? If you're asking for something, that'd be very, very helpful, because right now I'm just looking at rectangles and it's really difficult. I'm curious, how come there's nothing proposed to offset the impacts to the schools?
As you probably saw in the staff report, I think using the school's student calculator, it's estimated that a total of 43 students could live here. That, of course, also counts the number of students who could live there if the property were developed by right, because it is R6 zoning. So you could have, I think it was 40.
But are you saying it's the same outcome? I don't want you to go through extra trouble.
Correct. It is, 43 units could be built by right. So the 43, coincidentally the same number, 43 units could be built by right under the existing R6 zoning at the maximum are 6 units per acre.
Sure.
Coincidentally, this project at 244 is estimated to yield approximately 43 students, but that's not over and above what would be yielded with a by right development. It's total. So I did not go back and analyze how many you'd get by right, what's the incremental increase in students. We understand, obviously, that about the capacity challenges at Albemarle High School, and I know the county school board and board of supervisors have taken steps to work to address that. We still feel like the location of this right there next to the elementary school, which does have capacity, that it'll be particularly attractive location for families with young children, young teachers, young professionals, and be a good location for them, perhaps less so for families with teenagers, certainly possible, though. It'll be a nice community for those with teenagers as well, with the amenities planned.
Sure. I think one last question, if I could, Mr. Chairman. If you could talk a little bit, just from my knowledge, around the design philosophy here, and where I'm going with this, if it's going to be roughly 43 children of school age, could be more under school age, so you have a lot of children within the project. And when I look at the image that's before me, I see buildings kind of placed in a sea of asphalt. And so I'm curious, my concern starts to be around the circulation, pedestrian and vehicular, and I look at the top lots and the green spaces, which kind of seem to be randomly placed at odd shapes and locations. And talk about the design philosophy around the intersection of people and cars on the site and how we got here versus another solution.
Sure. I'm not sure if I can talk as much about how they got here, but I can note, obviously, it's very similar challenge with every multifamily project is accommodating the necessary amounts of on-site parking, surface parking, and including sidewalks so that people can walk back and forth, and scattering the amenity areas as much as you can throughout the property, so it's a relatively convenient location for each of the residents. Obviously, it's not going to be a public road that will have to be built to VDOT standards with wide travel aisles and so forth. It'll be a parking lot travel way, so cars will have to be going slower. I can talk to the applicant team about how they manage those challenges in some of their existing communities, but I'm sure they have developed many, many multifamily projects, and I'm sure can share about how they manage ensuring that residents drive safely and are cognizant of pedestrians and certainly children. But we really try primarily with sidewalks everywhere. Let me go back to the slide that shows, can't remember where that one was. We have sidewalks everywhere that we could put them. I'll just flag them here. So all of these areas, although there is surface parking around all of them, because parking obviously is required, but we also need it to make it marketable. But all of these areas are pedestrian paths that will help facilitate pedestrians walking throughout, including this one that we felt was very important to maintain a consistent pedestrian path throughout the entire project, and then even including down to the cemetery. So our hope is that wherever children are living, if they want to get to the tot lot, they can do so safely by coming this way. If they want to go over to the pool, they can do that here. Certainly everyone will have to be careful, but I don't know if that helps address your question sufficiently.
It's fine, because I also understand this is a concept and it could change and look 50 times different. So it's just something I wanted to flag, just paying attention to that. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Murray?
Yes, going back to that service parking, I know in Charlottesville that a lot of apartment complexes has become fairly standard now for a lot of parking to be underneath the building, underground parking. And I know you talked about you had considered asking for even more height, but you couldn't accommodate the density with the number of parking spaces that you had. Is there a height at which, if it were permitted, where underground parking would be something commercially viable for you? And that's question one. And then question two is, this is pretty close to the reservoir. And I know through the site plan process, you'll be addressing the state mandates in terms of your stormwater. I assume you'll be buying nutrient credits somewhere, because it doesn't look from this design like you'd be able to accommodate the stormwater on site. Have you considered ways to do more on site? I know a lot of these apartment buildings are perfect for things like green roofs. Are there any things that you've considered in terms of your design that would help mitigate that stormwater impact and go beyond necessarily what's required by the state to really minimize the impact on the reservoir nearby?
Sure, the applicants, we really haven't gotten to that point yet at the rezoning stage. We do have to, as part of the rezoning application, show conceptual stormwater management to be able to demonstrate that we can accommodate or comply with the stormwater management regulations. We actually do show on sheet 4 of 6 or 8, sorry, I really need better glasses, a potential location for an underground facility in this area. So, and it may well be that nutrient credit purchases or other measures are going to be necessary in addition to that, but we do show that as one potential location. In terms of doing more, certainly those are things that they can think about at the site plan stage. And we have, as you I'm sure know, as part of the review process, among others, the Service Authority and the Rivanna Authority weigh in with comments and so forth. So we fully expect that will be taken into consideration during the VSMP and ENS permitting process at the site plan stage.
And as you know, underground storage only addresses quantity. It doesn't address quality.
Right. And so it may well be that there's more required.
So, I mean, obviously, green roofs would be an excellent way to address quality and quantity. And then also, provide, it's to really help your project stand out to the community.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, they're hearing your comments, so I think that's very helpful. Thank you.
And then the underground parking thing?
Yes. I'll let them tell me if I'm off base, but in this location, to have any type of structured parking, particularly underground, it is so cost prohibitive. Digging down for parking below grade is particularly expensive. I don't know how tall the building would have to be, but I suspect substantially taller. Rents would need to be higher to support those additional construction costs. I know that from another project we worked on that was taller, and then they had to scale it back because they could no longer afford the structural parking. Even though our rents are quite high here and our area AMI is high, the rents are not high enough to support the additional costs of structured parking. So hopefully that'll change. Maybe in 10 years, things are different and they could come along and add a new building in one of those areas that is currently shown for parking. We'd have to amend the zoning, but they could add another building with perhaps, parking underneath, even if it's just surface parking with a 6-story building instead of 4, something like that, like right under the building, as opposed to below grade. I guess an at-grade parking space, kind of like you see at a beach, right, a beach house. But that's a challenge. Is that all good? Yeah. Thank you. I wish it were better. And this site could probably, putting aside the comprehensive plan limits for a moment, this site could probably handle twice the density, if not more, than what we're proposing in terms of not creating traffic impacts and those sort of things, and given its location.
Well, just purely as a comment, since you mentioned the comprehensive plan, I do hope we can get to the point where we can have subsidies for structured parking that would help make some of those more valuable.
It would be great.
So.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Bivens?
So I have one question. I have a question for staff on this. So is it possible to get it to come forward for an exception for parking? Is that something we do, that we're allowed to do? Not we, but the applicant. To sort of say, can we have an exception for not to have to follow the ordinance for parking?
There is not a specific allowance for special exception to reduce parking. However, the applicant can request the zoning administrator to look at parking requirements and other forms of transportation, such as transit access or multimodal access, to kind of substitute for the parking requirements.
Okay. Thank you. So that was going to be my piece, but I'm going to pause that for a second because I'd like to know what the product mix is here. Will I see efficiencies? Will I see studios, efficiency/studios, or will I only see 1, 2, and 3, and perhaps 4 bedrooms?
I believe it is 1, 2s, and 3s, but studios as well. Let me.
Okay, so that's an efficiency. No,
They've not quite decided.
No.
No decisions have been made yet in terms of the unit mix.
Okay, I'd encourage sort of efficiencies or studios if that's possible.
Sure.
Because what I was going to ask is, if we had to have only one 5-story, did it have to be what everybody sort of, in my view, they're viewing the back of the property as the rear, which it is, but from Berkmar, it's the front. And so the mass of the buildings from Berkmar that's going to be a really big building. Okay, so if I could have my way, I'd ask, could we put the 5-story like where Building 4 is? Since the only thing we're going to compete there is with dogs walking on the property next to it, which I think would give you a sense. But that's just a comment if you're only going to have one, because I really would like you to have them all at 5.
Wow.
And then ask for an exception on parking. Oh, here comes the engineer. Here comes the engineer. Okay, we're getting engineering?
Yes, the engineer just clarified that where Building 5 is located is the lowest point
I
on
know,
the
yeah,
site.
I saw that from your topo. And so, but that's not my point, is that if you stand in front of the commercial building,
Sure.
if you go behind the building, it's still gonna be long. If you're in that Woodbrook Court part, which is a semicircle, it comes out on the Berkmar, it's still gonna be tall. And so my suggestion, if it's only gonna have one, put the one in the middle and have them deal with the dogs. But I really would like you to have all 5 of them. All 5 of them to be 5-story, because I think, and then ask for an exception on parking. Because I think this is an area that, given your project, given the project that we had to do the AIA on down the road someplace across from the lumberyard people, given the other one that may be coming on down there, that this is a place that it could actually handle some density, and the redcoats wouldn't come out and get you. I will say here, staff, this is the area that makes no sense to me. Why they didn't redraw the rural area next to the reservoir. We've got this piece of really isolated road that they have development area on the right, and they have rural on the left. And when you drive down there, I know my colleague here is probably shaking, but when we drive down, there's ways that we can protect that. When we drive down there, it's going to be this sort of bizarre, why don't we just have a similar kind of density on the left side of the road? So if we think about that, it would be nice to have some conversation about having some density on the other side of the road. Okay, so I've just done my 5-minute, why can't we have density on the other side of the road? If I understand, Ms. Long, you said that on the Berkmar Road side, you're asking for an exception for the setback, for the setback there.
Correct.
But you're not asking for anything on the north side of the property?
Correct.
Okay.
Not anything on any other side.
Any other side, okay. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to get, what I'm pushing you and your applicant is to try and get as much as you can on this piece of property to be able to add to the inventory. Since, as we know, most things that come before us never get built out to full density.
Yeah.
So break the curve and build it out to full density or beyond density if you can. I know that the architects next to me are going to probably get me after all of this, but
Thank you.
I'm just trying to get density on a spot that I don't think is going to pose a problem.
I would agree, and I believe that is what they've done.
Okay.
In terms of balancing costs and practical realities, again, for needing to have a certain amount of landscaping, have to accommodate underground utilities, having a modest buffer around and all the amenity areas and enough parking. We will be asking for a parking reduction as part of the site plan review. Even with a reduction, it still ends up being that they need more parking, certainly not as much as the ordinance requires. That's way over parking.
sorry.
But this is showing about what they would propose. It's not, I need to double check, but I don't think this is exactly compliant with the current regulations. It assumes a reduction.
Because if we could do that, that would get to Mr. Claiborne's conversation about, is there a way to create more space? You heard us talk a little bit earlier, because you were here, this whole idea, how do you create community in spaces? That's something that I can say, it's been sitting on my heart recently because of the tension that we've been seeing in communities. So I'm really going to be asking people, how do you create community in a space so that people have a location that they can go to and be together? And it's not a parking lot, and God forbid it's not. Everybody knows how I don't have an appreciation for tot lots. That's just I don't have any appreciation for tot lots. That's me. Because why should we delineate between a younger person, a not-so-younger person, and an older person? It should be just a community lot. And so my piece is that, is there a way to create intentional space so that people have a place that they can gather? And I know you'll say that's what the clubhouse is for, but we all know what clubhouses are, what they become. And so that's what I will challenge you and your applicants for.
Sure.
Otherwise.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Moore?
I think just sort of echoing some of what Commissioner Bivens was saying, this is a parcel or set of parcels that's ripe for redevelopment and ripe for density. It's right there near a grocery store, right near transit lines, right near a school. Somehow has very, very few overlays that restrict it. I don't know how.
Never had one without at least one little bit of managed slopes. I think Scott Collins said the same. It was, almost, we had to look double hard. No buffers, no steep slopes. Yeah.
It's begging for density.
It is.
Well, yeah, so I mean, like, just to echo what he said in a way, that, no, I mean, it is, if we're going to have an urban style density, this would be a good spot for it. And so certainly what's here is good. I think if it gets built out to what's here, if it could be proposed for something even greater, I would be open to that. I have two small questions, really, and these are just ones that I wanted to echo that came up at the RIO 29 Community Advisory Committee. One was just kind of talking about that little red arrow at the very bottom left crossing into Agner-Hurt, which is great. I love that it's like literally next to a school.
I know.
And also just cognizant of the fact that that's just a bus lane in and out and there's no crosswalk or anything, and just speak to how people kind of will do that, how kids will navigate that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't designed to accommodate pedestrians going forward. They didn't put that pedestrian infrastructure in at the beginning, probably because it abuts the rural area and there wouldn't be enough students to walk there. Nevertheless, we think it makes sense for the same reasons. So we know we would need to build it subject to, not only input, but oversight of the county schools folks, and make sure it would be done in a way that's safe. Maybe it's just a dirt path, work with them and they'll put in a dirt path on that same side. There's a sidewalk on the opposite side. Let me see, I know I've got an image somewhere that shows it. Go back to the very beginning. Oh no, it's down here. So there's a sidewalk here, and then it starts about here. And this is obviously grass.
Right.
So, it may be that we could work with the school and they would at least let children walk on the grass, a little footpath there. It's probably the safest way, not have them cross the street, the bus lane at all, right? Have them stay on that side. I know there's small children who live in this community, having been back there. So it may turn into something that would be really wonderful for all of them. I think there actually is a bit of a footpath out there right now because of that.
Kids make them, don't they?
Sure, yeah, the playground is a park, right? So they'll come over, there's a really nice tot lot there. Great, obviously soccer fields and other things there. So it creates almost, I probably should say this, it is adjacent to a county park by being next to the school.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Sure, and I just emphasizing getting those conversations with the school going as part of the plan, which I know is what you just described.
Yes.
The other one, and this is relatively minor, but it's one of those things that can sort of slip through. It's one of those that the Community Advisory Committee, where I heard somebody on staff at SBCA who noted that those woods behind the building are where they do walk dogs a lot, often with behavioral issues, and so having a dog park right next to that may or may not be the best given dog behavior.
I'm glad you remembered that. That was a surprising comment for me. I understand it now that it was made. I do agree that could be a potential. I think that's, one is that there's a pretty significant difference in grade right there. So actually there will need to be, I get this to work right, point to the right area. There will be a retaining wall in this location, so it'll be up at a higher elevation. So my hope, and it'll of course be fenced in. So my hope is that it would be that amount of physical, vertical and horizontal separation would avoid those problems. At still think that's the best location for the dog park. Hopefully the dogs can all get along. But the fact that they would be, at least the dogs who live here would be inside the fence. And I know all of the SPCA dog walkers, they train their volunteers, and so anyway, but it was an interesting comment, a response I was not expecting.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Great, thanks, everyone. Benefit of going last, all my questions have been answered.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, certainly, we're happy to address anything else that might come up in the meantime.
Great, appreciate
you.
that. So I will now ask for comments from the public attending in person. Is there anyone here who would like to make comments on this application? Okay, seeing none. Any online? No? All right, well, with that, I will close the public hearing and open it up to the commission for discussion. Who would like to start? You are the last person to talk. Would you like to start?
I'm the first person.
You're the last person, well, yeah. It's been a long time since you've said that.
Yes. So I agree with my colleagues here that this would be an ideal location for density. I don't know what we can do or not do in the site plan about parking. I would certainly encourage that. And I'm not sure that we have a way to address that here, or except for maybe some comments that we can make that others will then read and take into consideration. But certainly, it's an opportunity to look at more density and reducing the minimum required parking. Podium parking is expensive, which is the at-grade parking. But it's something that we're going to need to start looking at in the county. We're already talking about it in the AC 44. I think we're going to have more conversations about that. So, I'm not sure that this will be the one to start it with. Certainly would have to go up a lot more than 5 stories to accommodate that. I would also encourage it during site plan to look at combining some of these open areas best we can. So can we make some adjustments to create a little bit larger areas? I know we have the school across the street, but they're really not green spaces for people. It's more like landscape. It's about all you're going to get out of them, most of them, with a few exceptions. So those are the things that I would point to. I think that they've already been talked to. I would certainly second that comment. And I would want to echo also Mr. Claiborne's point. This is something that we've raised here over and over again, and I guess it's more for staff than anything else. But when we have submissions looking at exceptions on setbacks, step backs, or setbacks, and they're not giving us the information, it really makes it hard to make those determinations. So we've asked, particularly, this is a large development. It's a lot of money in this development. So we should be able to get minimums, a section cut, an elevation, something with context, so that we can evaluate what we are being asked to move away from. In this case, not have the 15-foot step back in a building. We're really not getting much of anything to evaluate that. And that has come up numerous times. And I wish that somehow we were able to incorporate that into our requirements when they're asking for these exceptions.
I'd like to think that we could make that something we can provide to you in the future.
Yep, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Claiborne?
Not much to add, just doubling down on that last comment. I think without that kind of information, it's hard for us to serve you at our best as well, in terms of, talking to the staff and providing counsel. So that's it. Everything else +1.
Awesome. Commissioner Murray?
I don't have anything to add.
Commissioner Bivens?
So, Chair, I have a question. I wasn't planning on voting on the exceptions.
I don't think we
Because
have.
I didn't know that was something that we had a hand in doing, unless you felt that should fall into our hands, but that we don't have an obligation to speak on that.
Correct.
So while I appreciate my learned colleagues' desire to have that, I think if it has to be any place, it has to be for the floor above us. When they're looking at it, I would suggest that they have some sort of something to show. But I wasn't planning on, I was only planning on looking at the ZMA and not the SEs, not the two SEs.
Commissioner Bivens, that's correct. Certainly, the Planning Commission is free to give feedback on the special exceptions if it wishes to, but as you indicated, that's ultimately a decision for the Board of Supervisors.
But we certainly can comment on our recommendation of whether we feel it's appropriate to do that in this site or not. And so without the information, the board really is doing it without our fully informed recommendation.
True.
I don't have much to add. Again, just reiterating, I think it's a good lot, right, for housing that hopefully working people can live in.
Great, thank you. The only thing I'll add is just to not at all counterpoint the idea of adding density. I think density is a really important thing, especially in areas that are like this, that are sort of made for it in a sense. But I also think, quality of life is in the balance at times too. And you can put so much density into, into a site where you start to create a place that is not nice to live. So I know that we all agree with that, but just balancing that as we move forward with development objectives in the future. I do feel like the recreation spaces are leftovers. The triangle just happened to be there because of the way the parking was configured, and you can't park in a triangular zone. So, that said, there was commitment to sidewalks, connectivity, adjacency to the school, et cetera. I think transportation, everything we've talked about is a good thing and was intentionally done here. So with that, I will ask if anyone would like to make a motion.
Be glad to when the text pops up. Move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of ZMA 2023 quadruple 06 Woodbrook Apartments for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second, anyone?
Second.
Awesome. Any discussion? All right. Could we have the roll, please?
Okay. Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. With that, we will move on to our next public hearing item, ZTA 2023-2, Personal Wireless Service Facilities. And before we get started, while Mr. Fritz is getting settled, I just wanted to mention a couple of things about this. It's obviously another challenging issue that we're facing tonight. And thanks to the members of the community, some have probably shown up tonight as well. But we've gotten numerous emails voicing opinions on both sides, I have to say. I also have asked staff to speak on the issue of community health and our authority related to that. So look forward to hearing that. And hopefully that will provide some clarification to some of the community members who spoke specifically to that issue. I'm sure much of the discussion will balance aesthetics, which are subjective in many cases, and public safety. And just as everyone is well aware, the county has spent a lot of time, either ARB, staff, commission, supervisors, focusing on aesthetics and the quality of the visual environment that we live in and enjoy. And, with that, understanding how to balance technology. So with that, Mr. Fritz, are you ready? I'll turn it over to you.
If you can give me 1 second as I load this up.
Sure thing.
Yes. Thank you. Bill Fritz with the Community Development Department. This is the zoning text amendment for the personal, I don't need to display, for the personal wireless facility. Yeah. For the personal wireless service facility. Wanted to speak to the section you were talking about with regards to environmental factors. Comes straight from federal code, and I'm just going to read the federal code provision so it's word for word. No state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. That's the actual text that's in the federal code. So I think that gets to your question.
Yes, thank you.
Great. As you know, we have a lot of information in your packet. There was a great deal of interest in this topic. There was a survey. You have that information. You have both a summary and the raw data. So if you really wanted to geek out and look at the actual answers, you could actually see the raw data. But we have all that. We have online one of our consultants. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here. We have two consultants here, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris Musso, who's going to do a presentation for you.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
1 second while I get this pulled up here.
I think you know the drill, but if you could just introduce yourself. Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Albemarle Planning Commission. Chris Musso, I'm with Berkeley Group. I'm joined with my boss, Darren Coffey, here also with the Berkeley Group. A lot of familiar faces. I'm happy to be here once again with you tonight. We're also joined by Susan Raybold virtually, hopefully, I suppose, VP and Project Manager of Cityscape Consultants, and they're kind of the subject matter experts with this project. So we partnered with them and your staff over the past year to go over your personal wireless facility ordinance, re-examine and revise those regulations, mostly to bring them up to both state and federal codes, which have changed over time, as well as help better serve your community with cell phone coverage. Real quick before we get started, here is our agenda for the night. We're going to touch on the purpose of this endeavor, as well as share the background of wireless policy in Albemarle County to date. We'll discuss the work that was conducted for the project, including the community engagement that took place. Next, we're going to share the highlights of proposed changes we brought before you tonight, before turning the floor back over to you to conduct a public hearing. Following the public hearing, we'll be asking you to give a recommendation to the board for this newly proposed ordinance. Start with the background, just a quick overview of the history of wireless ordinance. Albemarle County adopted a wireless policy back in the year 2000, which doesn't seem as long ago as it actually is. As wireless technology develops, it becomes more and more prevalent for the need for additional regulations. A lot has changed in the past 24 years. And in 2004, Albemarle adopted the existing wireless ordinance. Since then, the ordinance has seen a number of minor amendments to address changes in technology needs and development, but the ordinance has not seen a complete rewrite or overhaul since its inception. So the purpose of this project was aimed at reevaluating the entirety of the wireless ordinance and revising it where necessary. As technology advances, so too must regulations surrounding them. Much of the regulations surrounding wireless technology is determined at the state or federal level, usually from the FCC. Our aim in this project was to ensure that Albemarle County wireless regulations match those found in both the Code of Virginia as well as the FCC regulations. In addition, we wanted to ensure that the county's regulations could help the wireless industry match the growing demand of wireless service in the county to better serve the community. And as someone who drives through Albemarle County pretty regularly, I can tell you the cell phone service could use some improvement in certain places. To that end, our work was split into two separate phases consisting of research and development. After introducing the project to the public and industry professionals on March 7th, 2023, Cityscape Consultants began with a thorough inventory assessment of all existing wireless facilities in Albemarle County, as well as those just beyond the border that still serve the county. From this, a service map was created to identify potential gaps or areas with no or poor wireless coverage in the county. Both of these were shared with industry leaders in the community on June 13th, 2023, and are available with Albemarle County. Following the creation of both the wireless inventory and service coverage maps, an analysis was done to determine if the policy was a partial cause of the service gaps, and if yes, what changes could be proposed to improve future network service. Those proposed ordinance changes are in front of you tonight. We will go over some of the key highlights of this ordinance in a bit, but the proposed changes are a direct result of required changes from state and federal regulations, the gap analysis, as well as engagement with the community. Speaking of which, a key aspect to any project like this is engagement with the community. Before work began on the project, staff held a kickoff meeting on March 7, 2023, open to the public and industry stakeholders, where we introduced the project to them and got initial feedback and suggestions. Prior to the development of the draft ordinance amendments, we also launched an online survey through Engage Albemarle. That was conducted between August 7th and August 27th, 2023, to ask the community for what they wish to see changed about the wireless facilities in the county and get suggestions for potential changes. Finally, we shared the proposed ordinance changes with the community and industry, and we received direct comments from them. The recommendations in the proposed ordinance are based primarily on majority opinions and updates to the Code of Federal Regulation. So now we'll go through some of these key proposed changes to the ordinance that we wanted to highlight. The first, remove agricultural forestal districts and clustered facilities from the list of avoidance area to allow treetop towers in these areas to be acted on administratively instead of requiring a special use permit. Updates to reflect changes in industry terminology as well as federal and state regulations, mostly in definitions. Allowing small cell facilities by right in compliance with state regulations and require providers to give notification of installation to the county. Removed reference to tree height as a concealment element. This allowed administrative approval of treetop towers to be installed modified so that they were 30 feet above the height of the reference tree. So that's been removed. We now require providers to supply a statement that facilities are in compliance with FCC regulations, remove the limit on the number of arrays permitted on a tower, and remove the size limit on antennas. Remove the limit on the diameter of the monopole, which is in that picture there, to accommodate coax cables for co-locations to be placed inside the monopole. Remove maximum projection of antennas of 18 inches on facilities, structures, and buildings to accommodate antenna and radio size changes in the industry, and to promote greater coverage of wireless signal by allowing radios to be placed on the tower versus the ground. Those are some of the key changes. Again, you have the ordinance in front of you if you want to go over any specific changes that I didn't touch on tonight. But tonight we are asking you that you provide a recommendation of the proposed ordinance to the Board of Supervisors following a public hearing conducted after this presentation. Either that be an approval with the proposed ordinance included in attachment 6 or approval with the included attachment 6 with the following changes if you wish to see some sort of change. And now we'll take any questions before turning it over to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I will start with Commissioner Claiborne this time.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm curious, as you did your background research, what localities, I know you know this question's coming, what localities have similar ordinances as a basis of design, perhaps?
So I don't think we did any benchmarking as part of this project. Specifically, we looked only at federal and state regulations, and the research was all conducted within Albemarle County, just as a gap analysis and a wireless inventory. Mr. Fritz or Ms. Rabel can.
The county's ordinance is more restrictive than most other jurisdictions. We have a very robust ordinance. There are very few other localities that deal with this quite as much as we do, or quite as much detail as we do.
Okay, so some of these key proposed changes that were numbered 1 through 9, some of those sound pretty big. I don't work in this space, but they sound like they could be big deals. I'm curious, other localities have similar items that were put in 1 through 9?
Either that or they just don't regulate it at all.
Don't regulate it at all. Gotcha. Thank you.
Great, Commissioner Moore?
No. I think I'll save mine for the comments rather than the question section.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner Carazana?
Yeah, you talked about the public engagement and how that's helped to influence the recommendations. Can you speak to specific public engagement and how they are now, being transferred to what we're seeing here? I mean, are there specific ones that are coming from the public? You said the majority. Can you talk to the ones that were influenced by those engagements?
Yes, I don't know if I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but I can remember specific questions on the survey. We got mixed opinions on the survey, which you always do, but I can remember a number of majority questions where the majority of people were okay with raising the maximum tower height by however many feet we raised it by. And
It's included as attachment one. That's the summary of the survey. So what was done there is they took the results of the survey and gave you a pie chart, so you can see what the question was, and you see the pie chart. And as you can tell, the vast majority of the questions, it was a pretty close split, 51, 49, 52, 48 kind of thing, or one-third, one-third, one-third. And so what was done is where there was a majority, that was the direction that was for an amendment to the ordinance.
sorry, yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Darren Coffey with the Berkeley Group. I just wanted to comment real quick. There are two major takeaways that I had from the survey. One, that service coverage is insufficient for most people. And then two, there was an overwhelming response rate. I mean, 700 plus responses, 20 to 30 today. I mean, we don't get that many for comp plans in whole communities, right? So it is a subject of great interest. The 9 major categories that we showed where we're making what I would consider tweaks, it seems like major changes, but it's changes that could have a great impact to increasing service without having the negative impact of the aesthetic that is so important to the county. So like allowing for the monopole to increase the width to put the equipment inside of it, I mean, you're not gonna notice that. 20, 30 feet above where it is, you can't detect that with the human eye very easily. So that's just my opinion. So we tried to make recommendations based on our professional judgments, and Bill Fritz is probably one of the lead professional experts for telecommunications in the state of Virginia, just having done it for 20 years, 24 plus years. Susan Raybold, who is listening to us and can answer technical questions if you have them, she does this across the country. And that's why the county engaged us in partnership with them to do this. We know how important it is to this county to get this right and to not allow towers everywhere and to not allow them to go up to 300 feet, et cetera, unless there's special exceptions, special use permits, et cetera. So I just wanted to give that as some context. The changes we do feel are prudent, they're significant, but they do not do anything to really undermine the major emphasis on character of community.
Is that one other question? So we had a work session here back in the summer.
June, yes.
And I was wondering if you could outline what were the key takeaways and what, if anything, from that work session was incorporated into the new recommendations?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know if I was involved in that work session, but if our cohort is on, she might have something to add. I believe she conducted that work session with y'all.
We're moving here now.
Okay, working on it.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So when we had the meeting this summer.
Introduce yourself first.
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Susan Raybold with Cityscape Consultants.
Thank you.
We shared with you the engineering analysis that we had done that would promote a greater coverage area, as Darren was saying, without too much change to the existing code. And we took those points that we shared with you, put them directly into the survey. And any comments that we received from you that evening, excuse me, any comments that we received from you that evening, we incorporated into the survey so that when we put these questions and options out to the community, they were responding specifically to what we had shared with you in our presentation. And we included some maps, and we included the terminology and the definitions that are used in the federal code so that when the code came to you with revisions, you would see the change in those definitions as well.
Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Bivens?
Thank you, Chair. So I will start out front and say I am pleased. I am pleased because in 2020, I still had a bag phone. No, I didn't. But I was glad to have a bag phone. And then I got a Motorola Razr. And then I got a BlackBerry. And then I got an iPhone, which I'm still getting used to. And I thank you for helping me to get used to that. But our policy has not kept up with technology. And so even though the one piece here that is going to leapfrog technology a little bit is the 30 feet above the tree level, because trees grow and technology will expand, and there'll probably be different equipment that will allow it to become more efficient in the years to come. But I will say a couple things that I don't understand why we just can't come up with a palette of colors and say, here's the Albemarle County colors painted this color. I think here are the Albemarle palette of colors, paint the thing this color, pick whatever color you want in this thing, pick it. And I don't know how, having at one point been in this world, I guess a part of me is still in this world. I don't know what the certification for an FAA, or not FAA, for an FCC engineer is. There are certifications, but I don't know whether or not the county wants to get into that, as opposed to putting the liability on the applicant, that the applicant has to be in compliance with the FCC, as opposed to the county making a determination that the engineer is in compliance with the FCC. That's a risk that I would not want to shift to the county. The other thing that I would say, one of the reasons that I'm fine with the other thing that I would have some conversation with, and everybody will know that I'm in favor of this, is not avoiding the historic areas. And here's why I'm going to say that. In the historic areas, and if you want to go to, there's a document online that says the Albemarle County Historic Districts. Those historic districts are in many cases very rural. And there is some attempt by certain people in those areas to do farming. And while we had a number of our fellow citizens say, why don't they just get broadband at home or get fiber at home? Fiber does not help you if you're out in the field working. And with new technology on some of the tractors and some of the farm equipment, those pieces of equipment actually do use cellular connections to do the kind of work that they do. And so this whole idea that we want to be both rural/agricultural, but we also want to keep technology, back when I had a bag phone, seems to be something that I'm struggling with. Either we want to put the things in place, Chair, to help some of those folks who are still farming and who will need that technology so that they can bring the cost of farming down, or we're going to say, nope, I just want to have something that will work with Julian's Razr phone, Motorola Razr, and I'm hoping we go to the next iteration of cell phones and not just simply to the ones which are here. So I'm actually quite in favor, except I did ask those two things. Why would we want to qualify who an FCC qualified engineer is? Let the applicant do that. And can we not come up with a suite of colors or a palette of colors that would work out there and say, here's our palette, go paint the things as you want to paint them.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Murray, bring us home.
Yes. So on number 7 says open space plan resources. As I pointed out in the previous comp plan discussion, our rural area does not currently doesn't really contain a map of our open space resources. So I see that as a big issue, particularly since a lot of our sensitive environmental areas are on mountaintops. So without delineation of those resources and specific callouts for biological areas of importance that are on mountain peaks, I think that could pose a problem, particularly if, we're not really considering that as a factor. I'm intrigued about to the statement that's made about historic districts. I think to me, historic resources are probably more important than historic districts and might be more equitable, because then we can talk about the impact on historic Black communities, for example, in our rural area. So that we're not disproportionately placing cell towers in areas that don't have people to oppose them. But anyway, if someone could speak to item 7 about open space resources.
Yeah, well, I'd certainly say, I believe this map that we have on this slide is showing your AFDs, which is definitely a large portion of your county. And then the idea behind the open spaces is to allow for those basically natural spaces which aren't going to be taken up by any development anyway, to kind of serve some sort of service function. But I totally understand your concern with mountaintop and ridgeline conservation, and I'm not sure if Mr. Fritz had anything to speak to that. I would assume that with administrative approval still being required for those sort of developments, that you would hope that it gets stopped at that level. But certainly that's something we could look into, or.
The avoidance area still includes ridge areas, and we could work on with your comments that you've made here, we could work on refining that definition when we take it to the Board of Supervisors to make it clear that that's what the ridge area is that's being protected.
I think it's more than that. It's more than just we get a lot of stuff about shadowing and whatever that is up on the ridges. I think what our colleagues talking about is that there are biologically sensitive areas in the county. That is not a ridge. I mean, it could be a ridge, but it's not. It is not. That Venn diagram is not always going to have a ridge in it.
Correct.
Right? It's not always going to have a ridge in it. And so there are some areas which we consider, and maybe the biodiversity plan is one of those things that have highlighted some of those areas that you would not want to place a tower.
Correct.
Am I capturing?
Yeah, you're capturing that perfectly.
I think it's called skylining, whatever that thing is called.
I'm making that note.
All right, great. I just had a couple quick questions. One, could you, on the subject of small cell facility, so I see the definition of that. Is it true, I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this right, that the associated equipment not included in the calculation, so electric meter, concealment, communication, or telecommunications, demarcation boxes, backup power systems, all that stuff could be outside of that 6 cubic foot area? Yes?
That language is taken, straight from the state code without any deviation. And the reason that we put it in there, and we put it in as a by right use, is the county has no authority to deny it. If it meets those, we must approve it.
And thank you. And does that, so a small cell facility, and I'm sorry if I missed this in here, the height would also be similar to a normal tower?
No, they're generally attached to utilities or buildings. They're attached to some, there's no new structure generally associated with them.
Thank you, got it.
They also don't have the chair. They also don't have the distance.
Yeah.
These are really small distance sort of transmissions.
Got it. And maybe there's an obvious answer to this question, but I'll just ask it. What happens to the existing towers that were reviewed and approved under the old or current, I guess, regulations?
They would be able to be expanded.
They could be expanded according to these new regulations?
Yes.
And they could do it by right where it was allowed by right, or
They'd be able to use the new regulations and have the standoff and have the antenna array and the height, and they'd be able to have There'd be no difference in a previously approved tower and a new tower. They would be
Got
able to do the same thing.
Okay, got it. And sorry, bounce back to small cells. Do you have any idea what percentage of the current cell provider?
0.
Probably small.
There are no small cells
We have
in
not,
Albemarle County?
we've not approved any small, we've had no applications for a small cell facility that I'm aware of in
Got it.
Albemarle County.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So I know that at UVA, there's a number of
And the city has
small
some.
cells, but so it's just that it doesn't have gone through UVA because they're on state land, so. But not to the county? Is
I can't answer that question, but we haven't had any applications for small cells that I'm aware of. Whether they were put in without permits, that's a different question.
You guys have some in Fontaine, I was wondering how that.
Yeah, it's yours now.
It is ours. But it was put in when it was yours, so I was wondering how that got.
I'm guessing those are all on the city side of the university.
No, that was county.
That was county.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm not aware of any. It is possible that they did apply because we issue so many. It would be a tier 1 facility, which is done as a building permit.
Yeah.
And we would approve those just, now we just approve them. So maybe one was, but I'm not aware of any specifically saying, I'm a small cell coming in under the small cell regulations of the state. They may have just come in and said, I can meet your tier 1, so I'll just do it as a tier 1.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Question on, I guess it's the opening avoidance area paragraph. Number 3 talks about any location within 200 feet of any state scenic highway or byway. Does this apply to, again, apologies if I missed it, entrance corridors?
Entrance corridors have never been an avoidance area, and they're not proposed to be an avoidance area now.
So how does that relate to ARB oversight?
So the Architectural Review Board, when a tower comes in, if it's a Tier 3 tower, that'd be a special use permit, we would refer that to the Architectural Review Board to get their comments, just like we would anybody else who wanted to comment on a special use permit. But on a tier 1 or a Tier 2, there are no special regulations that they have to adhere to.
Got it, okay, thank you. And then the last question, and I can't find it right now, I know I read it, has to do with grouping of more than.
The horizontal clustering of towers.
Yeah, what went through your minds as you thought about that?
So the original language, when it was originally adopted, the idea there was that if you had more than 3 clustered together, that the cumulative impact of that might start to generate some adverse visual impacts. The results of the survey were that people didn't care. So I shouldn't say didn't care. The majority wanted that relieved. Sorry.
So they won't have any additional oversight in terms of that? In other words, if someone comes in and wants to add a 4th or 5th?
It won't be an avoidance area, no. Now, that 4th or 5th in terms of its location, whether or not they're having to clear trees that then result in adverse impacts or setbacks can't be met or other things, then but the mere fact that it's with other towers doesn't automatically bump it into that other category where it requires a special use permit.
Got it.
Of the treetop towers, I believe we only have 1 location where there are more than 3.
Okay, got it. Great, thank you.
Chair, I did just have one extra question.
Yes,
that I think
sir.
is just to confirm something that I think is true, but that the setback rules don't change at all, so it'd still be, for the most part, towers have to be as far back from the parcel line as they are tall.
There was no change to the setbacks.
For the fall line, they have to meet their fall line.
Which may limit which has limited people from doing expansions of towers because they can't meet the setbacks. So that's been decades. I mean, that's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, any other?
Clarification, that's staying the same.
That stays the same.
Because that has to meet the fall line. You know,
We have a
to be able to
1-to-1
make the
setback.
fall- You have to be able to make the fall line on a tower.
All right, any other questions for staff?
So,
Thank you.
I was gonna say, so a lot of the concerns that I heard expressed to me were about distances from residences, which basically equates to distances from property lines, right? Did you consider increasing the setback even further than we have it now to accommodate those concerns.
I'd like to defer to Susan. She may remember that conversation better than I am right now, and I'm looking through my notes.
I do not recall us discussing.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, Susan.
No, that's okay. I don't recall discussing having a increase in setback, just that we were not going to recommend that it be decreased.
They weren't going to recommend, did you say you're not going to recommend that it was decreased or that it wasn't going to be increased?
We were not going to recommend that the setback was going to be decreased. We did not discuss increasing it, to my knowledge.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll now-
Can I just respond quickly to the comment or question with regards to the engineer certification? Is that appropriate at this time, or should I wait till later?
No, that's fine now. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So, I just wanted to assure you that the way that the standard is written, it's not intended for the county to be overseeing the certification process. We're simply asking that the industry provide a signed statement from the RF engineer that they have met the standards in the FCC emissions document. And that's a pretty simple process that they provide that to the county as they're submitting their materials for review, that the RF engineer would indicate that they have indeed met those requirements. That's as much as you can do, but we wanted to include it because there was a lot of commentary regarding health and safety from emissions. Since you can't regulate it, the least we can do is, or I should say the most we can do, is require the certification. Excuse me.
Great, thank you. Well, with that, I will open it up to public that are attending this evening in person, and I have a list of 4.
I think Christine Putnam, I don't think she's still, she just spoke earlier.
Putnam?
Is she still here? No. Christine Putnam, she spoke earlier at the
Okay.
work session.
Got it? Okay,
And
we'll
she
move on
signed
to
it.
John Cruikshank and Barbara Cruikshank. Please state your name and general location for the record, and you have 3 minutes. When the light turns yellow, you have 1 minute left.
Hello, my name is John Cruikshank. I live on Spring Lake Drive in the Whitehall District. I oppose the proposed revisions to the current policy regarding the cell towers in Albemarle County. I'm fine with the current policy. I don't think it needs to be changed at all. I understand that people want to be able to use their cell phones, and even this old Luddite has a cell phone. Yes, I admit it. However, the rural areas of Albemarle County are still quite beautiful. We have no business trashing our landscapes with these incredibly ugly structures. We do not need cell towers to be bigger and taller. They should never be located near schools or densely populated neighborhoods. But this is really all about money. The telecommunications industry used their money and their lobbyists to bribe the U.S. Congress to pass the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which says that I'm not allowed to talk about the damage they bring to the natural environment, wildlife, and human health. Money is the reason we already have so many cell towers. There's a big payoff from Verizon, AT&T, and others for every tower installed. Albemarle County Schools has received payments of $128,986 since 2019 from Milestone Communications for the placement of large cell towers right next to the athletic fields at Albemarle High School and Western Albemarle High School. It's shameful. Bigger is not better. Please reject these policy changes, protect the beauty of our landscape and the health of our people. Don't sell out to the telecommunications industry, which is only motivated by profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara Cruikshank, and then we have Mike, I think it's Shangold.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak today. I live in Earlysville, Whitehall District, and my background is community health.
Sorry, could you just state your name, please?
Barbara Cruikshank,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm going to start out with a few facts because I think a lot of people are missing facts about wireless radiation. First of all, it's a carcinogen. It was declared in 2011 by the World Health Organization as having the capacity, and it does cause cancer. Wireless radiation affects every system of the human body. There's none that are exempt from its effects. Children are at the greatest risk because they're developing very quickly, their metabolism is high. Cell towers are on 24/7. There's never an off button. It's pulse, continuous radiation. Goes through the body, is absorbed through the body, comes out, goes in the next body. There are over 2,000 studies, global studies, showing the harmful effects to human health from wireless radiation, particularly children. FCC standards are outdated and outmoded. They're 28 years old. They have never been strengthened. This is pretty typical in America. It's the Wild West. The FCC is currently being sued because they have not ever increased their levels of safety for humans. Now I want to tell you about one cell tower story, and that's the cell tower at Albemarle High School. It's 55 feet from the building. I measured levels of radiation that were very high and very alarming. So the county schools agreed to have experts come in and make sure that the levels were legal. I wanted the levels to be determined safe. They were not determined safe, they were determined to be legal. However, I paid 2 building biologists to give their opinion on the levels of radiation at that high school, and they said that they expressed extreme concern for the safety of the children in the buildings, and they asked for immediate action. So this is very disgraceful. I heard someone talk about biosensitive areas. Children, human beings, those are biosensitive areas. This is a free-for-all. It is a money grab, and this could pit neighbor against neighbor. I have developed microwave syndrome, which is common now. It's becoming more and more common, a myriad of symptoms when you're exposed to the radiation. Again, for the children in school and the teachers, non-stop radiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Shangold?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Mike Shangold. I live on Garth Road in Whitehall.
Do you mind bringing the
mic up a little bit? Sorry.
Okay, I'm Mike Shangold.
Thank
I
you.
live in Garth Road in Whitehall. And I'm here to raise a couple of points. I do think that the cell phone service could be improved. However, what's proposed here today goes way too far and is essentially a capitulation to the cell phone companies and tower owners. Now, having said that, I believe that I heard your second consultant say.
Hey, please make sure you speak into the mic.
I believe I heard your second consultant say that there was no impact on aesthetics. And if you take a look at the many responses that you received, you will see a large number of people complaining about its impact on aesthetics. I think that is incorrect. I also think your first consultant, if I heard him correctly, suggested, I don't think he meant this, but he suggested that This was simply implementing federal and state law. In other words, what is before you. Now, it is implementing some federal and state law, but you have the right to deny it or amend it. It's not simply implementing what's required by higher authority. Having said that, I think one other point that is important that has been overlooked related to the aesthetics is that people come here and vacation here because it is a beautiful place. You start putting up those enormous towers, widening them, and so forth, you're going to see a drop in tourism. I have not heard any of the consultants discuss the negative impact on revenue for the county from this, and I would recommend highly that you defer voting today and consider that. Finally, I note that the cell phone towers, the individual ones, when they were put in place, local residents had the right to comment on them, oppose them, and so forth. Now, you are unilaterally, if this law is implemented, you could, on behalf of the cell phone tower companies and cell phone companies, you could unilaterally just change that and without input from the residents with respect to individual towers. I don't deny that there is not phenomenal cell phone service, but I think that we need to reconsider this, cut back what is being proposed, which appears to be largely on behalf of the cell phone companies and cell tower companies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak?
Members of the commission, staff, I'm here twofold.
Please state your name.
Oh, yes, sorry. My name's Nate Holland. I'm a resident of Albemarle County. I'm also a consultant for Verizon Wireless, and I believe they've submitted a statement already to the commission, and they just asked that I read it. Verizon Wireless supports all of the proposed changes to the telecom ordinance with the exception of point number 2, which is the by right height of administratively reviewed towers, AKA Tier 2 treetop towers, has increased from 10 feet to 30 feet above the tallest tree within 25 feet of the tower. Verizon's RF's engineers have been briefed on the draft ordinance and do not believe that a 20-foot increase in the height of all the towers across the county will result in a meaningful improvement of cellular coverage. The topography and rural nature of the majority of the county would require a minimum tower height of 175 foot above ground level for customers to see a drastic improvement in coverage. Verizon requests that the county revise the ordinance to allow new and replacement 175-foot monopole towers, and monopole and self-support towers where setbacks will allow. Secondly, I mentioned that I am a resident of Albemarle County. I am a member of the 5th and Avon CAC. The change to the wireless policy is a long time coming. I've lived here for 17 plus years. The current policy did what it was intended way back in the early 2000s, which was to hide the towers. And as you drive around the county, it has done a good job of hiding the towers. But that has done a disservice to the residents of Albemarle County as cell phones have become more popular because the coverage is lacking as compared to other areas that you go to. And I do travel around the state quite a bit. So I would just ask that you carefully review the changes that are being made and determine if, the changes are enough to provide that high quality coverage to the county. And secondly, thirdly, I'd like to second Mr. Bivens' comments regarding historic areas and as listed as an avoidance area, because there are a lot of historic areas in the county and it limits our ability to come in and build sites. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Holland. Ms. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Valerie Long with Williams Mullen. We have worked in this field for, I think, maybe a couple years less than Bill. He does have the record, I know. I first worked on my first wireless application in 1998. And my colleague, Lori Schweller, who we may hear from, has worked on so many, both for Verizon and other providers. We've also worked in a number of other localities. So if anyone has questions about other localities' ordinances and how they work, we'd be happy to have that conversation. I don't know if you all received our comments or not. Somehow they were not included in the agenda packet. But my main request would be, please take a look, and we'd ask you to consider asking staff to incorporate our comments into the draft ordinance. Only one of them was. And since the draft was released, it's been changed. We were very excited about the proposal to allow the towers 30 feet above the reference tree instead of just 10. That would make a tremendous difference. It's still going to be hard. It's still, as prior speaker said, they really want more, but 30 feet above the tallest tree would be a massive increase in what you would get in terms of quality and coverage. But now it's back to 10 feet, and there's a technical nuance there about substantial change, which I'll let Bill explain. But it's intended to it's intended to help towers get to 30 feet, but it requires you to put them 10 foot above the trees and then come back later and increase them by 20 feet to get to 30. That is not going to happen for any carrier. The cost of doing that, you have to build 2 towers, replace them right away. It's just not going to happen. It would be a massive disincentive to achieving the goals of improving coverage. There's still a handful, like I said, of issues that we raised in our written comments that were not addressed. Historic districts, Mr. Bivens, according to materials from one of the work sessions, 29% of the county is historic district, yet it is still in the current draft listed as an avoidance area. The impact of an avoidance area is if you have a tower that is a tier 2 site, checks all the boxes. It's the brown pole, 10 feet above the trees, all those requirements. If it's not in an avoidance area, it's a tier 2, by right, staff review. If it's in an avoidance area, it's a special use permit. 9 months, 9 months, if the deadlines are met. It is a massive change, and it doesn't actually provide any additional benefit to the public. The staff still reviews tier 2 facilities for visibility and impacts and all those other things, which is a whole nother story. I'd be happy to speak about more, but I would reiterate all of our issues in our comment letter, and I would be thrilled to have follow-up conversations with anyone who might have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members present that would like to speak to this? We have a rebound. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, under the rules of order, each speaker is entitled to 1 speaking period. There's not repeat speakers.
Well, may I move for leave to comment then? I do think there are a couple
No, I'm
comments.
sorry, sir. I think we've heard you. We appreciate it.
I would
Thank
like
you.
to comment on what they have. Okay, I will leave you with this thought.
Put you right
If
in.
She has
Yes,
filed
Mr.
the
Chairman, I
letter-
believe the speaker's out of order.
If she
Yes,
has
you can
filed the
send-
letter
you-
that the
sir?
public does not see,
In to the clerk.
You're good.
Great, thank you. No other comments? Are there any comments online?
I do not see anybody online with their hand up at this time. No.
All right, great, thank you. So with that, I will actually offer the applicant an opportunity to respond to the public comment.
We are the applicant. Are there any questions that you have?
Okay, that's a good point, thank you.
I do have
Yeah.
So I want to be clear. When the county engaged with the firm who's offering us guidance,
Yes.
did we say we want an industry firm, or did we go out and say we wanted someone who was not an industry firm?
We had an RFP that we went out with, and we evaluated the responses. And we evaluated the responses to that RFP. The Board of Supervisors set out the criteria.
Because I just want to be clear, Chair, that we're not shilling for any industry right now.
Right, thank you.
You know,
Yeah.
we shill for a lot of things, people think, but tonight, we're not doing that.
And again, Darren Coffey with the Berkeley Group. The Berkeley Group is a local government consulting firm. We're public sector only. Cityscape is a telecommunication firm in terms of their expertise. They're public sector only. And I don't think the telecommunication industry would accuse either the Berkeley Group or Cityscape of being pro-industry. We're pro-locality. We work with the industry. We try to achieve a balance of the regulations. And I think you saw that tonight among the speakers. It's not enough. It's too much. Where do you draw the line? What you have before you is where we recommend to draw the line.
Yes, sir.
A question probably for staff. Ms. Long at the end raised a point that I don't know if I got an email, or if I did, it was buried amongst the dozens of others. About, because the summary, and it looks like it just now, any proposal for a tower 30 feet above the reference tree or the nearby trees is just a staff approval or not approval, just goes through a staff process. But is there some kind of requirement still to build at 10 and then add?
So it is a complex issue that has been thrust upon us by the FCC. There is a provision that the FCC has that allows for an increase. I'm going to boil it down to its easiest answer. That allows an increase in height of a tower if it does not result in a substantial change. And substantial change is defined as more than 20%, more than 10% or 20 feet, whichever is greater. And then it has separate rules if you're in the right of way. So I'm just going to stick here. So a treetop tower can be increased 20 feet. It's a 80, 90, 100-foot tower. It can go up 20 feet. So what the county did is the FCC said you can increase provided that it is not a substantial change. And part of being a substantial change is that it defeats concealment elements. The FCC did not define concealment elements. So the county did. And in the definition of concealment elements, we included relationship to the reference tree, that was a concealment element. A new order by the FCC effectively removes that as an option for us. So if we said treetop towers are 30 feet above the tree, they could be increased to 50 feet above the tree because you're entitled to an automatic 20-foot increase. What we have been doing historically for the last many years is when we get requests typically for tier 3s, and I want to point out that one of the speakers said that we need 175 feet. There's nothing in the ordinance that says you cannot apply for and get approval of a 175-foot tower. That's a tier 3, it's a special use permit. This body recommended approval of a tier 3 out in Greenwood, and the Board of Supervisors approved that tower. And it was more than 10 feet above, it was in an avoidance area, a bunch of things. So there's no prohibition on that. So what we have done in cases where, and we did it in that case, where they want a tower of 125 feet, we will approve it at 105. And we allow them, we don't make them come in and build a tower at 105 and then add an extension onto it. We allow that to be done in one fell swoop.
Okay.
And that's been our practice. We've been very clear about that. And so we don't require this incremental construction.
Okay.
So we just approve it at less than, 20 feet less than the ultimate height that the tower will be. And so that's what's happening here, is it's 10 feet above, you're allowed to go 20 more feet, that gets you to the 30.
Yeah.
It's because of it's
Complex
because of what the
interplay
FCC
between
has done to
federal
us.
regulations, and I deal with FCC, I'm familiar, but yeah.
And I'd just like to, you were talking about the email. I want to be clear. I've tried to express to apologize. In all the documents I've got, there were 2 letters that I don't know what I did. I misfiled them. I don't know what happened to them, but they didn't make it into your packet. You have them. They are part of the record, and they will be included in the packet that goes forward to the Board of Supervisors. So I'm sorry to the two people that happened to. I don't know how it happened. It was purely unintentional, but in all the documents I got, two of them got misfiled.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
One question. Has the public safety officials looked at this yet? Or I'm asking because of the 41% of survey respondents said they had poor coverage at one bar. I thought I jotted that down. That seems pretty substantial. I was just
Yeah, I don't
curious.
remember the numbers, but so what we did is during this whole process, we've been communicating with Mike Culp in the Broadband and Affordability Office, and he's been coordinating with the emergency service providers. They haven't provided any direct comment one way or another. They're aware of this, but they haven't said it doesn't go far enough or it does go far enough. They've essentially been silent. They may have commented in the survey. And I would point out, I think there was some conversation about the survey. This survey is the second highest, we got the second highest response of all the surveys the county has ever done.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, compared to some others, they got like 7 responses. This
Yeah.
was quite a few more.
Yeah.
This was the second highest.
It's all the same thing.
And this isn't about you, former chair Claiborne, where you asked everybody to do their surveys and they just ignored you. But look what happened when you got a new chair. The new chair said, do your surveys, and everybody said, yeah.
All right, I'm going to actually
Mr. Russell?
close the public
Miss-
hearing, yes?
Miss Susan Raybold has her hand raised. She's part of.
She's our consultant.
Yeah.
You talked to her, can,
Yeah, so I think I'm going to close the public hearing, and then we can go into discussion, and she can weigh in at that point.
okay.
Okay?
All right, Susan, you
Feel
can
free.
talk now.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify something Bill said about public safety, and that they did not necessarily provide commentary on the analysis that we did, but they did reach out after we had done the inventory and specifically informed me of where they had additional infrastructure that we were unaware of because they were not all of their sites have personal wireless service facilities on them. I came back up and did another round of assessments to include those facilities after I heard back from them. And I am pretty sure that they're hoping in the future to maybe piggyback part of the analysis that we've done to maybe help improve some public safety areas, coverage of some of those areas. So I just wanted to share that with you because they are watching what we're doing, and they didn't necessarily comment on the text, but they did comment to me directly on their locations.
Great, thank you. All right, why don't we go into discussion? We'll start with Mr. Commissioner Moore.
Sure. I think our consultants put it in a good way here, that this is a sort of a balance of increasing service and still being cognizant of people's desire for relatively concealed towers that I don't personally share aesthetically. But, when I drive down the road, I enjoy seeing the fact that I live in 2024. But I'm not the same as everybody else. But that said, I do think we have an issue with the historic districts as a broad, if everything in a historic district requires going through us and through the Board of Supervisors, it's going to really slow down and add a lot of expense to any kind of cell coverage in Esmont or in Keene or in Howardsville or in Scottsville or in Woodridge or in Stony Point or in Keswick. I mean, just these huge swaths of areas that, nearly a third of the county's land. Some of these historic districts are quite small, and of course we can work around that. The Prophet one or the Advanced Mills or even Batesville. These are solid, small, geographically small historic districts. But if we're talking about, it really is like the whole bottom quadrant, southeast quadrant of the county that falls into the Southern Albemarle Historic District. And even the Preserve It folks who were here earlier during our work session, many of them commented on the need for better cell service. And I think we do ourselves a disservice if we don't address that in some way. I don't know if it's simply removing historic district from that first paragraph of avoidance areas, or somehow making it a little easier. Otherwise, I'm glad to hear from the technical expert, from Ms. Long, that 30 feet, yeah, it was still tough but workable. And again, I think my priorities for this particular topic have been, people need it for use, for, economic use, for personal safety use, not just for futzing around on TikTok when they're out in the countryside.
Can I ask staff a question on that, just about the historic district, because I think several of us had a question related to that. Having it be in the avoidance area, does that automatically require staff review and a special use permit?
If it's in an avoidance area, it automatically triggers it to a tier 3.
Which would require?
Which is special use permit, I'm sorry, yes. It's an automatic, it doesn't matter how you're designing it, at that point, it automatically triggers a special use permit.
Got it. And did you all give any thought to another way to define, or maybe focus more on the concern that would be relevant in a historic area as opposed to just the entire district?
The difficulty is that with we don't have a historic ordinance. We don't have any county identified historic districts. So that makes it difficult to say, what are we going to use as the criteria for determining it? Is it from national landmarks, from Virginia registered landmark? We didn't have a tool, and we didn't have any clear direction or statement that it should or shouldn't be done that way. So we did not pursue an alternative route.
So that means that it is very broadly defined, right?
It is very broadly defined. If the commission wanted to make a recommendation that the staff modify the avoidance area so that it be not within X miles of a landmark or a Virginia registered, some
National Registry of Historic Places.
Right, some target, whatever the right wording is. I'd want to work with our historic preservation people to figure out what the right wording is so that we can then turn to the right document to say, yes, we know, we can identify this thing or place as the thing or place to be protected. And you could change avoidance area to be within a mile, 2 miles, 5 miles, 1,000 feet, whatever the distance is you wanted from one of these resources.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Moore, are you done?
That was pretty much my main comment. Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bivens?
So, thank you, Chair. So I'm with my colleague to my right on the avoidance areas. But I'm also hesitant about saying historic structures. Everybody knows my ongoing feud with Monticello. And so I would not want Monticello to be able to say, from the porch between the magnolia trees, I can see a tower out there, therefore we can't have that. I will say, because if we go back to our June 13th meeting, where the madam who's a bit ill and under the weather right now, she shared with us that 51% of the county is in avoidance. That is unreasonable for me. That will always be unreasonable to me. And if we start talking about some of the houses in this community that somehow or another have gotten themselves on the Virginia historic plaque on them, which means that they would come under the places to be avoided, I will just go out of my mind if I do that, and I'm halfway out of there now. But I will go truly out of my mind if we start avoiding plantation homes, as we had that problem over there in Greenwood, where the plantation where the Gibson girls came from didn't want to have a cell phone tower that somebody could see, but it was on a farm that was right next to it. That's just not the way we need to do things here. When I look at the latest information and see that 70% of the adult population, and it may be a left-wing newspaper for some, but it's in the Washington Post, have 70% of the adult population they only have cell phones. If we're going to be a place that attracts new businesses, like everybody says we're going to attract new businesses, or we're going to have people stay here, we've got to figure this out where we can have cell phone coverage that while it may be, Chair, no different than seeing a telephone pole or seeing wires go down the road. But it is providing what has become a critical service for people who have made a decision that this is how they're communicating. I also have to say, I was a bit put off by those individuals who said, let them get broadband or fiber down there in the southern part of the county. So that's someone saying that you have to spend your money to do this when you've made a decision that I can do everything I need to do on a cell phone. So this business of telling people what they have to do when they won't allow us to put the kinds of utilities in the county so that it is a broad equity issue for people, I'm sorry, I'm okay with it. I wish it were 30, because I think, but I don't want it to go to 50. I wish it were 30, but I understand what you've said to us, Mr. Fritz, that you've allowed us to, it'll get to 30, but it's through this sort of, what I will say, a convoluted way of getting there.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Murray?
Okay, well, first I'm going to say is it's a little weird that when we have an application that comes before us, we can't consider the coverage and the service that it will provide when they bring that for us, because they lobbied specifically that we can't consider that.
Yeah.
But now we're considering an ordinance to accommodate the fact that we don't have coverage. So that seems a little ironic to me. As someone that lives in the rural area, and I have minimal cell coverage at my house, this doesn't matter to me. I didn't live in the rural area, so I could have cell coverage. I have other ways of connecting. I lived in Batesville before this. I also didn't have great cell coverage before then. It wasn't a problem. I survived. I will continue to survive without the cell phone. Now, reliable electricity, that's important to me. Access to high-speed internet, that's important to me. Cell phone, not important to me. I will say that some of the real gaps for me in this are, as we said in the last discussion, we don't have good mapping in our county of, for example, our high biodiversity areas, or our areas of natural importance. We call out in here specifically that this won't be placed in those areas, but we don't have the map, right? So we don't have that identified as a thing. We talk about, it'd be nice to be able to do historic resources in an equitable way, but we don't have a historic preservation ordinance. So, if we had those things in advance, that would make this a lot easier decision for me, because then we could say, hey, let's provide an avoidance area around historic resources as identified by our Historic Resources Committee.
Yeah.
And let's provide an avoidance area around areas of natural significance as identified by our local experts. So those are some stumbling blocks for me. The other thing too is that if we're talking about the height of a tower, that's not very big. We could talk, like 100, 130 feet. That's actually not very far. I would be far more in support of this if we could increase that setback. And I don't know exactly how much that'd be, 150%. Instead of making it right now it'd be 100%, if we added another 50% or 30% to that, but something more than what we're doing. We're talking about some of these cell towers going on properties that are, 100 acres. They can have some more, setback and still have plenty of room to put the cell tower there. They could have a lot more setback. And that would address a lot of the issues that I hear from the public about, one person said they currently have a cell tower 100 feet from their house. So those are my comments.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Claiborne?
Just going back to Commissioner Bivens and some of his comments, I do want to encourage staff, if you're looking at how do you balance the historic structures piece, I want to be a little careful, because just by definition, a historic building is not even that old. It's like 50 years old. It's 1970s, right? And so that can get really restrictive really quickly. So just carefully thinking about that language we use there, I would just recommend that. I'll push back a little bit on my partner beside me here. In his comments, I think moving to you should not be penalized for moving to the rural area. I'm not sure if everyone feels the same as Commissioner Murray regarding cell phone use, but if I had elderly parents living out there, I want them to have a cell phone. I would want it to work. Based off of what I've heard tonight, I don't think doing nothing is not an option. That's where I sit. And public safety is of utmost importance to me when I saw a lot of the data and statistics here. And so we hire consultants for a reason. They're really smart people. They've been doing this for a long time. I feel they've done a great job trying to just balance the pros and cons and land in a reasonable spot. So I'm inclined to support what's been put before me and support the comments for the most part that I've heard from my colleagues here on the dais. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Commissioner Carazana.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a great conversation here. So, and I'm of mixed feelings about this, and I have been for a while. I have been since June, which I think we had the presentation that was given, it was a lengthy presentation. I thought it was very enlightening. I mean, I learned a lot in that. I think Susan did a phenomenal job in that presentation. To me, it feels to some degree that well, let me step back. And Mr. Fritz has talked about this in the past. I mean, and Bill's been part of what we see today, which is you drive around Albemarle County, these cell towers are not that obvious. You leave Albemarle County and all of a sudden you start seeing towers. I venture to guess that those communities don't actually have better cell coverage than we do in Albemarle County. So this ordinance, to me, it's throwing away all of that. And I'm not arguing that we don't need to modernize and provide. I mean, one of the big takeaways for me is, well, if we can have multiple providers in one tower, that's a big benefit. So we're limited in that. Providing more width, providing more antennas and so forth. I think all those are huge positives. Even the height issue, I don't have a problem with it. I do have a problem saying that they can go anywhere. And there's no review, or there's staff review, but there's no special use, so we're basically saying that they can go practically anywhere. I agree 100%. Why should the historic districts be, I mean, we're now limiting them from getting services they should get. So I'm not in agreement with that, but I'm also not in agreement that it's just a carte blanche and you should just go anywhere. I think there are some areas that I would hope that we can agree that maybe a tower doesn't belong there. But I'm not seeing how we have that option anymore in what's in front of us. So for that reason, I'm really struggling to draw that balance. No one here, I think, is arguing that, do we need more coverage? Yes. Is technology improving to the point that it requires some changes to our ordinance that are, how old now?
20 years.
20 years? Absolutely. I just don't think it's an all or nothing. I think we can get that, and we can probably get that. One of the, and Mr. Bivens reminded me of that, was one of the takeaways from that. 51% is in avoidance areas. That's huge. I don't think it needs to be 51%. But I also don't think you need to think it's zero. And so where do we draw that balance? And I'm not sure that this strikes that balance, at least not for me.
Yeah, any thoughts on that?
So there's an interesting thing that my colleague to the left sort of mentioned about we don't know what the coverage area is. And some of you may recall that I've gotten comfortable with when an applicant comes in and says that to do something else does not fit with their pro forma, which we have no way to validate whether or not their pro forma is good, bad, or indifferent. That is similar in type to whether or not we know what the coverage area is. So if I can't ask a developer, why can't you do that? And they say, well, because I can't afford to pay that. Then I think that's a similar in type for me of why I can't ask AT&T or Verizon to show me your coverage area. I will tell you that none of them are going to put any tower unless they can make some money off of it, or unless they're closing a gap. And I think the thing that our colleague at the end said about the ability to co-locate, if they will do that, because remember, there's no obligation for them to co-locate. They may decide to do it because I've been trying to get here, and this is the way that's going to get me here. And so I think some of this, and I'm going to say, the county is very market-driven in its approach to land use. particularly in the development area. And so I don't know, and this is not, I don't know how you select something out to not be driven by the market. I don't know how we choose wireless to not be driven by the market, but yet we let something, another development someplace that I might call out, but I'm not be driven by the market. I mean, to be driven by the market. I think the county has made a pretty much a decision that we guide decisions for our supervisors. We are not the decision makers as much as sometimes we'd like to be. And on this one, I think the question I think I'm hearing is that, is there a middle ground that says for this process, that if it's in certain critical areas of the county, that there's a secondary level of review? Yeah. Okay? That's the question I think we should be pushing to staff. So, and I don't know what those are, and maybe we'll have to wrestle with that, but is there some secondary level of review? Because then my whole thing is about how do we transmit trust? Because I'm tired of those emails. How do we transmit trust to say, these people, us's, that these guys, and since Karen's not here, I can say, these guys haven't abandoned good sense, which is something I think I'm hearing a lot of. So if we can signal the staff that what we'd like you to do is come back, and maybe you can help, maybe come back with some solutions or create some solutions that you can then say, this allows a level of review that is in keeping with the esprit of Albemarle County to some sense.
You took my sentiments, and of course, as you usually do, articulated them in a much better way. That's what I'm struggling with, because I do think that there are some areas that need that secondary review. And it's not only us. It provides public.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the public doesn't get that.
They don't trust us. Yeah, we're operating in a black hole.
Right. So for those reasons, and, it opens up to the public review as well and public comments, which otherwise they wouldn't get. And I do think there are some areas that should require that second level of review. We do it for other, you mentioned, and I agree with you, so market-driven. So there are areas that, like tonight we were saying, more density actually wouldn't be bad in this particular area. We don't always say that. There are some areas that we say, our roads, until we get some more roads and some more infrastructure, we can't build more density in this area. So we have the opportunity, the public has the opportunity for that review, and for right now, what I'm seeing is that this eliminates that, except for historic areas, which, again, I don't agree with that either.
Do we have staff just go back and review the safety valves for each of those tiers? Because I guess I didn't walk away with it being a free-for-all, so I want to.
Oh, well, yeah.
Sure.
If you go back to that, but my understanding is even what we have approved today that are in our entry corridors on any areas that were once seen as restricted areas, avoidance areas, they can now raise that tower.
So there is, just to be clear, avoidance areas are not prohibited areas. There's no such thing as a prohibited area in Albemarle County. It just means that you have to get a special use permit in order to go into an avoidance area. It's an additional level of review. Instead of it just being staff review, it requires that Board of Supervisors review. Under federal and state law, we have to do that within 150 days. So it's a pretty accelerated review process that we go through. So that's what the code says. Under the current ordinance, the avoidance area definitions are the ridge areas, parcels within agricultural forestal districts, parcels within historic districts, clustering where there are 3 or more, and within 200 feet of a state scenic highway or byway. So it's non-entrance corridor district, it's state scenic highway or byway. What we're proposing to change it to is that the avoidance areas would be those ridge areas, parcels within a historic district, and locations within 200 feet of a state scenic highway or byway. So if you were in one of those 3 areas, it would automatically trigger a special use permit review and that additional review by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. I would point out, just side note, I think it was buried somewhere in the documentation, with the agricultural and forestal districts, they still have to go to the Agricultural Forestal Advisory Committee because they have to by state code. So just want to point that out. It's not a special use permit, but it is another level of review. They do now too. So is that what you were looking for? Just a rundown of what we have and what we're proposing?
Yes, I thought there was more. So like if it's in the entrance corridor, it still goes before the ARB, and that is a safety valve, right? Or is this automatic?
The Architectural Review Board approval, or review, it's of special use permits, and it's for a special use permit, we'd be asking for their opinion of what's the impact on the, because one of the things you do for a special use permit is review it for impact on the district. Well, the experts on the entrance corridor district is the ARB, so we go and we ask them. The ARB can review building permits and so forth too, but they don't have any standards for wireless facilities.
Chair? Yes. Could I ask a question? So how, we had some conversation about putting together, what do you call it, historic resources. How difficult would it be to do? Or where are we in the possibility of doing something like that? Is that on a blackboard somewhere, or is it at the bottom of a list of a very long list?
There is the Historic Advisory Committee, and
they never meet. They can never get Karen comes in frustrated, they can never get a.
Right. And there's, the board has not expressed an interest in moving forward with that. Now, one of the things that could happen, I'll just throw this out, is as you're going through with the comprehensive plan, and you could start to develop those areas that you wanted to be avoidance areas, and you could say, these areas should have an extra level of protection, and that should be reflected in the zoning ordinance. You could then come back to this ordinance and say, now that we have a new comprehensive plan that has identified 12 historic resources and what is unique about them, and maybe one has 1,000-foot radius around it and one has a bigger or smaller radius around it. And you could identify areas that may have biodiversity that you really want to have off limits. And if you can map those, then you could identify them and add that back in. So you could take out right now, for example, historic districts. And then after you've adopted the comprehensive plan, you can come back and say, we would like to now add back to the wireless regulations protection of these historic resources that we've identified in the comprehensive plan. So you could do this as a two-step process, because your zoning ordinance is supposed to reflect, well, what is in your comprehensive plan. So if you amend your comprehensive plan, you'd come back and amend your zoning ordinance.
But then don't you create a gap in between those two steps where you have, far less coverage, basically, where those impacts could occur, because you haven't documented them yet? It seems to me that it'd be better to wait until that work had been done with the comprehensive plan and then do the ordinance.
Well, that's what I was saying, is you could leave the historic resources as an avoidance area now, and then come back and say, we've now changed what we've identified as historic resources. The zoning ordinance should now change.
We would leave it now.
To catch up.
We would leave it now, refine it later.
Right.
We'd leave it now, refine it later.
So we'd leave the historic districts right now.
Even if I'm getting hives, I would do that.
All right, so all right, so that makes sense to me. I would say too, I would say some other things. I think you should add scenic rivers in there. And I think, although we have the 100-foot buffer from streams and so forth, I could see, also think 200 feet is not enough. I think we should know, if you're talking about 200 feet from a scenic road or a scenic resource, I think you could pretty clearly see these things 200 feet away.
I hate that I remember this, because I remember this conversation from the late 90s. We talked about adding scenic rivers back then, and we decided there was a decision not to, simply because you don't put towers down by the rivers.
Well, that makes sense.
So we just said, no, we're not going to put that in there because we don't need to.
Even if it's on a river bluff, overlooking the, okay.
Yeah, we just, but then the distance is going to be greater.
Because remember,
So-
whenever they've come to us, one of the big things that they say, they want to be able to come off of a main road, travel some small distance, deal with the thing and get out. Nobody is, well, in the 6 years I've been on the planning commission, no one's ever said, let's go put this in the back of the field. They just, I mean, I'm not trying to be a snarky. They want a box that their guy or gal can go to easily, get there and get out. And, so I think some of these sensitive areas will be preserved because it doesn't make economic sense to put a tower down there.
That's a fair point. I mean, I would just say, I think 200 feet is not enough. And I think that would address some of the concerns. I think maybe that would address some of the concerns that we have as we increase that number to provide a more generous avoidance area, since we're adding in areas that we're not avoiding. I think too, the setback from property lines, I think that should increase dramatically. Because I think this was one of the biggest concerns of the public is, having a cell tower go up right behind their house. But if that cell tower is now, twice as far away, it's not as much of an issue.
Can I have another question, Bill? In your assessment of the proposed changes, what would you see are going to be the more marketable? Certainly, there's an ease of application and time, so reduction of time. What would you say are the biggest changes or impacts that we'll see from the proposed changes to the ordinance?
The increase from 10 to 30 feet, and the size and spacing, size of antenna and the standoff from the antenna will be greater than what you've seen in the past.
But would we be seeing more antennas in places that we otherwise may not have seen them?
I don't know that you'll see more antenna than you would have before, but.
Or poles, just more poles, right?
Well, I think you would see, it's a difficult question to answer. I think you'll see more just because, as Commissioner Claiborne said, there are a lot of them out there now that you don't see them because they're 10 feet above. Well, if they're then now 30 feet, you may see them, or you may see them. One that was noticeable before may be more noticeable. So it'll seem like there are more, even though there are no more towers than previously. So I don't know that this is going to lead to a rapid, there's going to suddenly be a burst of applications in Albemarle County. What we have seen historically is burst of applications as one or more companies has a build-out plan that covers here, or they're competing with each other, and if one builds, we have to build to not lose customers. So that's the historic pattern we've seen. But that's somewhat changing because the market is maturing, so you don't have as much build-out as maybe you did before. It's a lot more capacity than coverage. Thank you. Although there obviously are new coverage sites.
So let me, if I could, let me try to bring us to some form of consensus. So the recommendations are from staff that we recommend approval of proposed ordinance. If the planning commission does not support the proposed ordinance as written, staff recommends the commission provide alternative language and make a recommendation of approval with the alternate language. So the things that I've heard that we've discussed that might require some tweaking are historic resources as part of the exclusion zone or avoidance area. Setbacks were another that came up. I think those were really the top ones, right?
First areas.
We'll get that through the avoidance piece, though.
So on the historic, I mean, I thought that Mr. Fritz's recommendation was you'd leave it as is. It doesn't mean they can't get a tower. So there could be a tower proposed in an avoidance zone, like the one we approved, whatever that was.
Yep, Greenwood.
So they can still propose a tower, say, well, there's a great location, it will enhance coverage, although we can't talk about that. And I do think it's ironic, so I agree with my colleague here.
Well, then everybody support me when I challenge an applicant, show me your bottom, show me your pro forma.
I get it. I just think in this particular case, it's ironic. But so I do think that, it doesn't mean that they can't propose towers in these areas. They just have to come to us until we have some way to.
More clarification.
Make
What
the
do the comp plan?
What I heard, I'm trying to take my own notes, so when I go to the Board of Supervisors, I
Yeah,
can try to
please.
convey. And what I thought I heard with the historic preservation was leave it the way it is now, but update the comprehensive plan to better identify those historic resources you want to protect, and follow on with an amendment of the wireless regulations after the adoption of the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, are we all good with that?
So leave it the way it is
I think that
now,
makes sense.
but with
It's
an
kills two birds
acknowledgement
with one stone.
that you're going to revisit.
Right.
Okay, that's what I said,
So
or what I
let's,
wrote.
let's move on to setbacks.
What number is that, Chair?
I don't know. I was looking for that too.
With the setback?
Yeah.
Even though it's Commissioner Murray?
Yeah, but what number was it in the executive summary?
Commissioner Murray, were you talking about the 200 feet of any scenic highway or byway?
Well, there's two setbacks. There's
I don't see
the 200 feet from a scenic highway.
Yeah.
Then there's also the setback from the property line,
Oh, yeah.
which is
Where
the
is
height
that?
of which is the height of the tower.
Well, that is true.
And so
That's the, go ahead.
yeah, so I'd propose that both those setbacks be increased. And I'm open to a reasonable discussion about what that should be. I think it should be,
I think it should be at least proportionate to the increase in the height.
Yeah, so,
oh,
I mean,
that's a good.
So
but that's the same difference, yeah.
So if we're talking about.
If you're saying you're increasing by 30%, then increase the setback by 30%.
And you'll need to do that because of the fall line. See, because I want to sort of just, I don't believe among a certain part of our community, the only time a tower will be good is when it's in Waynesboro.
Say again? Sorry. The only time.
I think the only time that the height of the setback of a tower will be good in certain parts of our community is when it's in Waynesboro.
On the other side of the mountain. The
I
mountain
see.
stuff.
And so I want to be real careful about what I'm saying yes to, because we've dealt with a whole slew of towers, and where I've seen the most pushback is in the western part of our county.
Yeah.
And even when the tower, I'm thinking of one particular tower that was over by Western, by Western, the tower was a mile away from the people who were complaining. It is a long distance. And so I want to be really careful about applying an inordinate amount of weight without having more data. And data does not, for me, include people who complain. Data means that I can see from staff reports, that we can see those kinds of things from applications, and we can see the distance from that. Because just my experience in the last 6 years dealing with a lot of things is that people have complained on issues that they just didn't want a tower, and the tower was a good distance away from any property line.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the setback accomplishes multiple things. It helps, by increasing that setback, it helps address the scenic issue as well, because it's less likely, it's going to be farther away, it's going to be smaller, right? So in terms of the change of this ordinance, radically changing the appearance of Albemarle County, it's going to help minimize that impact. And it also helps minimize the impact of neighbors. So I mean, I was just doing some quick math there. So with your proposal, like if you had a 130-foot tower, this would be an additional setback of 40 feet, basically, which is pretty reasonable. I'd say we could probably go 50 to 100 feet, honestly.
And I would resist that. And one of the reasons I would resist that is because I've also heard you talk about they're probably going to put gravel down, and then you're going to be upset about the kinds of road or the kind of entranceway or the byway that's going to get from the highway.
Access.
Access, thank you, the access road. And so that, which also has its impact because they're going to have to clear some X amount of off that access road to get there. And so what I'm trying to say, I love the 30%. I think that works fine, and it's you can calculate it. But I'm not looking. I don't know that how prevalent this problem is because I want some data. But I can easily stand alongside of if it's 30 feet higher, it's got to be 30 feet. If it's 30% higher, it's got to be at 30% farther away from those side boundaries. We allow developments to have a 5-foot setback from the boundary line, which is a much what we just talked about today, which is much taller than a tower, and we're okay with a 5-foot setback from the boundary. And so I will stand with you on the 30%, but putting another 100 feet on something that I'm not fully convinced without seeing the responses from previous applications that this is not a bespoke issue.
I mean, I'm just saying.
So are we, just to bring some focus to that, so are we basically saying that if currently, and I'm struggling to find the second location for the setback, I see the
It's a one-to-one set. So what it currently is, it's a one-to-one setback, and you can locate closer to the property line if you get an easement on the adjoining property or the Board of Supervisors grants a special exception. So you can get less than one-to-one, those two ways.
Somebody's buying an easement, they've made a decision.
They're going to bet your neck on that.
If a tower is currently within 200 feet of a byway or highway, and that tower wants to increase by 30 feet, can they do that by right now? Or?
Yes, they would be able to do. If the tower has been approved, if a tower has been approved by special use permit in an avoidance area, they would be able to increase the height by
30 feet?
By 20 feet.
By 20 feet.
Yes, 20 feet.
So what do we think? Do we want to add the 30% to the 200 feet?
No, well, it's already, I mean, the one-to-one just makes, it's the status quo.
I was referring to the 200 feet of the scenic byway.
That's two, I think. Two separate issues. There's the scenic byway
or the
conversation, and then there's there's from properties.
I'm not compelled to, doesn't make me shake and say we got to do that.
I would, well, so there's two issues. First, I would say, to make it clean, I'd say 1 to 1.5. I'm just going to throw that out there as opposed to 30%. In terms of the setback from the property line. Oh, sorry, if you didn't hear me, 1 to 1.5.
For the setback to the property line.
For the setback to the property line. I'm going to throw that out there. And I'm also going to say that, from the setback from scenic highways, I'm going to say 300 feet.
And so when you say scenic highways, are you talking about 250, 20 south, and 29 south?
Well, I would say scenic highways and scenic roads. There are scenic byways, which are
20.
Yeah, there are. So here again is what I'd like to know. Before I'm going to sign on for that, and since we're going to come back and revise this, I'd like to know a list of these things, because
No, I'm sorry.
a list of because
of where we're at.
I'm having a hard time figuring out that 29 is a road that I need to have 300 feet off.
I believe it's Route 6, 20, 22, 231, 20 south.
20 south from Carter's Bridge or something like that?
Yeah, and I think that might be it. Is 250 west? 250. Is it?
I'm sorry, what was that, please?
250 western. I can show you the maps really well.
No, it's okay. I mean, this is where I feel as if we're doing this stuff on the fly, and it's not even 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, which is when we usually start doing things on the fly. And so since we know that we can come back and do this, I think it's very fair to say, when we revisit this, can we see these highways? Because I don't care about 29 South. I mean, I do care about 29 South, but I don't care now, you go down to Colesville and you have a former packing plant, Apple, well, it's not former, they're still using, you have an Apple packing plant. That's less than what you're asking for. So if we're going to do this, I would feel more comfortable in the decision-making process and come to a yes probably very quickly if I could just have some data. I'm not, I need some data.
So just to be clear, are you recommending that you would be in favor of requesting that this be deferred and that we continue?
No.
So I'm just trying to follow what you're saying.
I'm saying since we've come to an agreement, I think, with the group, that there'll be a time during the comp plan
Oh, okay.
that when we're looking at historic.
The historic
Yeah, when we're
resources.
looking, that if our colleague here can say, these are the places that I think it would be helpful to have these beyond, then I'm saying, okay, I get that, I understand the rationale for wanting to push it, particularly the byways. I'm not so concerned about the highways, but the byways, I would be much more empathetic towards. Highways, please, you're driving around here 60, 65, 70 miles an hour.
So we have some numbers that have been put on the table in terms of setback increases. We are recommending approval or denial to the Board of Supervisors. We're recommending a number, or we could recommend that they consider increasing that number and not actually provide them with a specific number, but tell them that that's an area of concern, setbacks are a concern, and we would recommend more thoughtful, not thoughtful approach, but a
More informed.
objective approach to that.
Some advice by our council.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about elements that we would want to be considered just at a later date. So it's just language that we can, obviously it's not a matter of approval. We wouldn't be approving it with this language, but it's just the language that we add in terms of for staff to communicate later to supervisors.
Yeah.
How would you recommend that we
So if the
provide that
consensus
guidance?
if the consensus is generally to recommend approval, but with certain revisions or exceptions, the motion could be, I move to recommend approval of the ordinances proposed by staff with the following revisions. And then the more specific the revisions, the better. But even if there's only rough consensus, I think that can be articulated in the form of the motion that I just suggested.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you make the motion?
Are we ready?
I think so.
Can we make a motion? Okay, does anybody like to make a motion? We're all looking down.
Get the wording right. Could we get the options on the screen?
Pardon me?
I'm just not sure if it's a motion that, in terms of what we're talking about, of looking at a revision, once we have the comp plan, I'm not sure how that would formulate into a motion.
I'm not sure that would go into a motion.
Right.
I think
Yeah,
that's
I don't
something
think
that's
it would
really
communicate
more
motion.
staff
We'll
would
communicate
take
that. We try to sum up what the commission talked about, and that would be in our summaries, that's one of the things you talked about, that you leave the historic district now, but you would like to revisit that in the future once additional.
There we
Well,
go.
the historic,
Look at the
and also
setbacks.
the setbacks and issues from some of the not restricted areas, the
The scenic
Avoidance
highways.
byways.
Scenic byways.
The avoidance areas?
avoidance areas. Yeah.
That feels like it's just number one then.
Yeah.
It's number one.
Yeah. Yes, it's the approval. I move to recommend approval of the proposed ordinance included as attachment 6.
With any revision?
No, how did
Yeah, just checking.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
I would just say, I don't feel comfortable with that, since I think that, as this is written, I can't support it. So that can just go in the notes. I'll vote no, and this can go forward, but
Well, we're having conversation.
until those revisions
Is
have
there
happened,
a,
I can't.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, all right, motion stands. We have a second. Any other discussion?
And again, just to clarify, that would be to recommend approval as currently written.
Correct.
If Mr. Bivens seconded, I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Moore. All right, could you call the vote, please?
Sure. Mr. Carazana,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
No.
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Thank you. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. All right, we will move on to committee reports. Are there any committee reports? I will start with Commissioner Moore.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I do have a committee report.
Awesome.
Rio Places 29 Community Advisory Committee met. Let's see. So I guess we'll get this at some point. Flo Hyundai has a proposal to put a car dealership between two other car dealerships on 29. I doubt that'll be highly controversial. It certainly wasn't at the CAC meeting. A couple other things. Ned Galloway was with us and gave some updates from the board side of things, which I was pleased to hear about. He's working on getting access to some staff time to analyze the waterway and lagoons behind Woodbrook neighborhood. The ones that have all the runoff from said car dealerships and other things across 29. Who owns what, kind of going all the way from behind Woodbrook up through Carsbrook into the Ravenna. We've had more high water incidents and just more downed trees and stuff, and it clogs things up in those lakes and lagoons and streams. Also from Ned, Microcat, which is actually, this is public as well, it was in the papers. We're up to 8,500 rides, which means about 7,500 just in the last 2 months. And it seems likely to be made permanent with, budget considerations still down the road. I might be stealing some of Michael's thunder with the board report, but I don't know. And then other things, the 5-cent bag tax, which is kind of a pain in the neck when I forget my bags in the car, but still. Albemarle is going to reap around $100,000 from that this year and use it for litter cleanup. Really? Yeah. And then the Hillsdale at Rio intersection, right there where those two stoplights, right next to each other. Interestingly, already being submitted as a smart scale project and kind of ready for potential funding is to put in a sort of like a kidney bean shaped traffic circle in there, sort of like a double traffic circle for that
funky looking
set of multiple intersections. And so that's the report from Rio.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bivens?
I've given you enough of a report tonight, Chair.
Never enough. Commissioner Murray?
Yeah, so I was not able to make the Crozet CCAC meeting because I had a conflict, but they did have a meeting, and they talked about the area currently owned by the railway that they're going to be converting into the center there in Crozet. And so it's a very exciting project. I hope you guys looked into the details of that. I will present you more information on that at a later date.
Great, thank you. Mr. Curzon?
MPO Tech, just briefly, just a follow-up on the last report I made. So we did get more information on the Fontaine, what do you call that, the left turn.
Fontaine interchange.
Yeah, the Fontaine interchange, but it's got a particular name with a left turn.
Oh, displaced left.
Yes, displaced left, which basically, I don't come up with the names, I can't even remember them. But it eliminates that left turn as you're wanting to go on. If you're coming on 29, you're going north on 29 and you want to go west. So it eliminates that left turn and you basically go to Fontaine and Fontaine Avenue and you basically do a U-turn, you make a left and then another left onto the highway. So they've looked at that. It's actually a better solution than what they have previously looked at in terms of traffic flows. And I think it minimizes some of the issues down the road with some of the developments that are happening in Fontaine, on both sides of Fontaine. The other one that was presented was the diversion diamond on Fifth Street. So looking at that as well. And so those two were presented in more detail than we had seen prior. There's also a series of studies that they're going to be working on. I'll bring more detail on that because they were still very early on and haven't decided which ones we're going to fund yet. So
Awesome. I'll just report out on the Fifth and Avon Community Advisory Committee meeting, which was held on February 15th. And the main order of business was a revision to the neighborhood model district application that was proposed by Albemarle Business Campus. And essentially, they're decreasing the amount of non-commercial square footage or non-residential square footage and increasing the amount of residential units. They're increasing them to 240, but unfortunately, I don't recall what they're increasing them from. But they are increasing.
Chair, this is the place across from the county office building over.
Off of the
You know,
street.
that project has just been a disappointment to me. But that's okay. And you can tell him that too if you want to. I'm disappointed at that project. He came to us with an idea that was really an excellent idea. And every sort of year or 6 months, it is morphed to just a storage center in the back. When it was supposed to be an incubator for new businesses.
I remember
It
that.
was supposed to have all of
Yeah.
these sort of abilities to flow back for work, live, and it was put there because of the opportunity zones
Oh, yeah, right.
a couple of years
Yeah,
ago. And
economic
it was such an
opportunity zones.
exciting opportunity, and now it's just a zone.
All right, any other committee reports?
Actually, I did have one more thing that I forgot to mention. So, as you know, I'm also still involved with the local stormwater conservation district, where I serve as an associate director, and I serve as the chair of the Water Resources Committee. One of the exciting things that I found out the last Water Resources Committee is that we have this program called the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program. And one of the things I've asked for a long time is that some of the practices don't make, like green roofs, don't make sense unless you do them as part of new construction, because you have to build the building to accommodate a green roof. Well, I learned the last meeting that actually now green roofs and permeable paving will qualify for conservation assistance as long as they meet their stormwater requirements first. So as long as someone's met their stormwater requirements, they can qualify for up to $30,000 for green roof or permeable paving as part of new construction.
It's because it's above and beyond.
Because it's above and beyond.
Thanks.
And that could
Yeah,
be,
that's
that could be schools, it could be businesses, it could be homeowners, churches, so forth.
Thanks. All right, with that, I will ask Mr. Barnes to give us the I guess it's the Board of Supervisors update, please.
So the last meeting was on February 21st with the board. They had a couple things in the afternoon. The first, they took up the developer housing incentives that you all had seen previously. There was also a discussion of the Fontaine interchange and the changes from the displaced left to two signals at the bottom of the ramps. I think that'd be the best way to describe that one. That evening, they considered two different legislative proposals or acts. The first one was a Home Depot special use permit for outdoor storage, which passed. And then there was quite a long conversation about the Montclair rezoning, which dates back to the original application was 2020. So it's been a project's been with us for a long time. That did pass 4-2, with a couple people voting against it, obviously. And there was a small thing, the parcel is actually being rezoned from RA, so they had to extend sewer, the jurisdictional area to do that. That's a much smaller issue. So that proposal is going to move forward. The only other thing that was on their consent agenda was some of the material that you reviewed tonight, the draft comprehensive plan language for development areas and rural areas, land use, and transportation recommendations, as well as the capital improvement. That was, we covered that last week and last time we met and tonight. And they will be getting, that was in their packet as a sort of their information this last time. We'll be going back to them on March 20th with the information we've discussed this evening and at our last meeting. I just did two, Mr. Chair, I hope you don't mind. I covered
No, that's great.
both the AC 44 and
Good, thank you. Any new business? I'll just mention one thing. I was also part of a Buck Island Solar Farm public meeting. 4 people came out, and it was interesting. It was 4 neighbors that also live next to the Rivanna solar farm that's out there right now. It's about 35 acres in size, the Buck Island Solar. And it made me realize, especially listening to, well, both the applicant, who may be sitting in the audience right now, and representative of the applicant, and the 4 neighbors, that, the more proactive we can be with the solar ordinance, and thanks to Bill Fritz, who's not here, who's working on that, to stay ahead of that process, I think the more important it'll be. And I think the deadline for public comment is on March 15th, if I'm not mistaken, for the current draft. And so I just recommend, if you have an opportunity to look at that, weigh in on it, please do so. It's important.
The solar piece.
Yeah. So not Buck Island, that's separate.
So one thing I will mention to county staff, I know that there is reference in the biodiversity work group appendices specifically about a special, what we call it, one of our special sites that is in Buck Island. So, I mean, I would like to know from staff at some point what the distance is between that site that we've identified as special significance to this solar facility.
Yeah, good point. All right, yes, sir.
Talking about solar.
Mike, please.
It would be lovely if, it would be lovely if staff could, or if it's possible to put examples why rooftop solar projects are not industrial sized solar.
Are not industrial
Yeah.
size.
And that the county the government does not have the ability to command a private entity to put solar on the roofs. I mean, we saw a lot of that over some exchange that people say, well, we don't know why you're doing large-scale solar, put it on roofs, that'll give you enough energy to do what we need to do. And the answer to that is no, it won't. And so how do we educate the community to say the reason this is like this is because in order to have the capacity, it's got to have this kind of scale to it.
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, if you need a link to it, I'm sure Mr. Barnes will send us a link to the existing ordinance draft that Bill had provided.
Wait, but the ordinance that he's working on right now, I mean, that's not really going to come in front of you guys until May.
Right, no, I understand. In terms of getting a head start, it was helpful for me to look at it, especially when we're sitting in public,
Gotcha. You just like to sort of see where he's at, sort of educate yourself.
Yeah,
It's still
because
in
I'm
draft
getting
format.
asked, I'm getting asked questions about that. Where does it stand? And I think it'd be helpful to.
So can I just, like the current draft, Mr. Murray, there's a special resource, the Buck Island area, distance to the Buck Island proposed solar thing. A general question about utilities, solar, why does that not work in the development areas? And why can't the county sort of by fiat or command something like that happen on development projects?
I'll take it because I need an EV charger in my house. So if the county wants to tell me I have to put it on my house, then I can put an EV charger on my property.
So the site in question is called Rivanna Bluffs below Buck Island Creek.
And,
Is that the existing solar farm?
No, that's the name of the special site.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, we are through new business, I think. Any old business? Okay, items for follow-up? You just went through them. Mr. Barnes, thank you. With that, I will adjourn the Planning Commission, and our next meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Thanks, everybody.